Welcome to Moonlit Publishing.
Chapter 1. Ariana's Point of View. As I sit in the bay window of the library, reading a book, I hear a knock on the big wooden door. It echoes throughout the large room, making it sound louder than it really is. "Yes?" I ask quietly, hoping whoever is behind the door can hear me. After a few seconds, the door cracks open, and in walks maid Soraya. She is holding a golden tray with a bowl of soup, a small loaf of bread, and a glass of water. Her eyes scan the room, trying to find me. When she spots me bundled up on the bay window, a soft smile washes across her face. "Princess Ariana, it's past dinner. The king and queen request you eat," she says politely, placing the tray on the table in the center of the room. The royal library is very large, with 18-foot walls lined with books. Everything in the room features gold details and oak furnishing. Whenever you walk in, you feel warm and cozy. There are many different accents, such as the large fireplace and the long oak table sitting in the center. But one wall has a beautiful bay window that shows off the forest I've gotten used to watching throughout my life. What I love the most is what lies beyond the royal border. From here on the 3rd floor, I can see the beautiful ocean tempting me every day. I can barely make out any details from this distance, but I just feel an urge to be in the water. I haven't left the castle grounds since I was 3, so I never got to see the ocean, feel the sand, or hear the waves crash. But I dream that one day I will experience what it is like. Almost every day, I do the exact same thing. I wake up, and maid Soraya helps me get ready. I eat breakfast down in the dining hall with all the other servants, though they have no clue who I am. Walk around the castle grounds until I am tired, head up to the library to read until dinner, then get ready for bed. It's a boring routine, but I've grown to like it, especially with the company of Soraya. "Thank you, Soraya," I state, closing my book and walking over to the table. "Princess Ariana, what book are you reading now?" Soraya asks as I sit down in my chair. Maid Soraya almost raised me. She's been my maid ever since I was born. My parents always saw me as a burden since I was not the normal firstborn. In the werewolf community, every alpha, including the king, always gets a son as the firstborn to become the heir. If a daughter is the firstborn, the family is disgraced. It is a stupid old tradition that we still follow. Consequently, my parents kept me a secret. Only the castle workers know about me. Even a few don't know that I'm the princess. Ever since I was born, I've never had a good relationship with my parents. But Soraya is like a mother to me. She practically raised me, taught me how to brush my teeth, how to shave my legs, and explained what a mate meant everything you could imagine. "Pride and Prejudice," I state, starting to eat my dinner. "This is my favorite book. I've probably read it over 100 times. I mean, how can you not love Mr. Darcy?" "Again? You read that last week," she exclaims, a smile creeping onto her face. "So? It's a good book," I laugh, finishing my soup and smiling at Soraya. I slowly finish my dinner while Soraya leaves me to soak in my alone time in the library. I begin to read again, but I am soon stopped halfway through a page. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but the king and queen have requested your presence in the throne room," maid Soraya states, taking the tray out of the room. I quickly head to the throne room. All the maids are rushing around the castle, preparing for the annual royal ball that is set to be held tomorrow. Every July, the royal family holds a grand ball at the castle as a way to bring together all the packs and create a sense of community among the large kingdom. As I walk into the throne room, I can't help but feel intimidated by my parents staring down at me from their thrones. It is such a large room, dressed in marble walls and floors with extravagant decorations. It is hard not to feel inferior. "Ariana, how many times must I tell you to wear makeup when you're walking around the castle?" my mother exclaims, walking down towards me. "You'll scare all the pups with your face." "My apologies, mother," I say, looking at my shoes, not wanting to look in her eyes. "At least she knows how to speak without sounding like a commoner," my father states, standing up as well. "Let's get this over with," he groans. "The elders recently have told us that since you are now 18, we must begin to make arrangements for you to take over as queen. While we have never liked this idea, and have tried to argue against this matter. The elders have said that the moon goddess has given them a vision that you may meet your mate in the coming months. He continues, to avoid any unwanted embarrassment towards the crown, we are forced to announce you as our daughter before you find your mate. The elders have advised we do so at the royal ball tomorrow, as we would have the most media coverage and social interaction with the kingdom. Your mother and I have decided you will not become queen until you find your mate. Tonight, maid Soraya will fit you for a gown, and tomorrow she will give you a makeover. You will greet all the guests with your father and me, my mother grumbles. Now you may go. Maid Soraya will tell you anything else, my father says in his alpha tone. I slowly head out of the room, but right when I'm about to leave, my mother yells towards me, and wear makeup to the ball. Ever since I turned 13, all my mother wanted me to do was wear makeup. Yes, I did have a small case of acne, but I didn't feel a need to cover anything. As I walk to my bedroom, I can't help but feel excited that I finally get to go to the royal ball. For the past 18 years, I've only ever heard about the ball, and even snuck out of my bedroom a few times to see what it was like. But I never got far due to Soraya finding me and sending me back to my room. As I get near my bedroom, I see Soraya walking up to me. Soraya, did you hear? I get to go to the royal ball, I exclaim, jumping up and down. Yes, I did, sweet girl. Now let's get back to your bedroom so we can fit you for a gown. She smiles, leading me into my bedroom. When we get inside, she leads me to where she has already set up all her sewing and measuring supplies. I also notice that she has tons of fabric, too. You're sewing the dress tonight? I ask, sitting down on my bed. Of course, we have to make a dress that will make you stand out as the princess, she says in disbelief, as if I were speaking nonsense. Now, please come stand so I can measure you. Indif friend? All right, Princess Ariana, I'm all done, Soraya says, pulling away from where she was sewing. I sigh and quickly take off the dress she had started on me. I go and plop on my bed, ready to sleep. I'll be back tomorrow morning to help you get ready. Good night, Princess Ariana. Good night, Soraya. Thank you so much for everything. As soon as the door closes, I'm fast asleep. I'm running outside. Outside by the water. By water with sand. Then I realize I'm at the beach in my wolf form. I've only ever shifted once, but this feels amazing. My wolf is a sandy blonde color. I suddenly skid to a stop, as my wolf had just seen the water I've stared at my whole life from the library. Slowly, my wolf starts toward the crashing waves. I don't know how to swim, but I hope my wolf does. Right when I'm about to take a step into the water, I hear a loud growl behind me. I start to cower, but my wolf seems to know this growl and starts wagging her tail. She turns around to see a very large brown and blonde wolf looking at us lovingly. Once I see the wolf that growled, I'm not scared anymore. I feel comfort. The wolf starts walking towards me, and my wolf starts walking towards him. When they meet in the middle, I can't help but feel a connection with this large wolf. The amazing scent that comes off him is like vanilla and oranges. I can't get enough of his scent. My wolf starts to nudge and play with him, and soon they are both playing together. They start chasing each other, and soon the large wolf has tackled mine to the ground. And dare. Because vary and give dare. Damian's POV. I jolt awake in a cold sweat, everything from my dream still there. The blonde fur, the amazing scent, the ocean and beach, the small wolf. I must find her. Chapter 2. Ariana's point of view. I slowly wake up. My wonderful dream long gone. I turn on my side to look at my clock. It reads 7:34 a.m. I could still sleep for a bit until I have to get up for breakfast. I almost drift back to sleep when, suddenly, Soraya barges into my room. Princess Ariana, it's time to wake up. You must get ready for the ball, she scolds. Then it suddenly hits me. I'm going to the royal ball. I bolt out of bed and into the ensuite, turning on the shower. I'm sorry, Soraya. I completely forgot. I apologize, coming out of the bathroom to give her a hug. Good morning. It's fine, Your Highness. You've spent 18 years without it. She smiles, rubbing my back. Good morning to you too. I grab my dressing gown and hop in the shower. You must be wondering, why does she have to get ready so early? Well, the royal ball is an all-day event. First is the royal breakfast, where my parents will announce me as the princess to the royal village. Then comes the Alpha meeting, where all the Alphas who have traveled to the kingdom meet with the king. Then comes the Queen's tea time, where the Queen picks a few women and all the Lunas who traveled to join her in the garden for tea. Then everyone goes to get ready for the ball, which somehow takes all afternoon. Finally, the royal ball starts, where every Alpha is supposed to attend. Each Alpha brings a few unmated wolves from his pack and his beta in hopes that the wolves will find their mates. The only issue is that the Blue Crescent pack never comes. At least, that's what I've been told. This ball has been a tradition for years, started by the very first king as a way to bring a sense of community among the packs. Soraya always explained to me how amazing the ball was, because multiple packs were able to connect and form friendships, not only between neighboring packs, but also packs far and wide, reducing the chance of disagreements leading to wars. Apparently, it's all Alpha Damian's fault, as my father rants about. He's the most hated Alpha of the royal kingdom, as he never shows up to these balls or any social events, which has caused his pack to be very secluded and independent without many allies. Once I'm done showering, I wrap my dressing gown around me and walk out into my bedroom. I see Soraya taking out the hair supplies and makeup. I look over to see a gorgeous light green dress decorated with flowers. These are the types of dresses that the women wear to my mother's tea time. I would always watch from the windows above the garden, admiring all the beautiful dresses these high-status women wore. Does this mean I'm going to Mother's tea time? I ask in disbelief, pointing at the dress. Ever since I was a little girl, I've wanted to go to tea time. But since I didn't exist to the world, it never happened. Soraya looks at me from my vanity, where she was organizing some makeup brushes, then to the dress I'm pointing at. Yes, it took a lot of convincing your mother, but she agreed. Soraya smiles as tears start to form in my eyes. I go over and give her a big hug. She always tries to do what is best for me. Now go put it on, we have more stuff to do, she says, pushing me and the dress toward the bathroom. I change into it and can't help but feel special. It makes my figure look great, and my eyes pop. I walk out and do a little twirl. I love it. I laugh, jumping up and down. Come and sit so I can do your hair. I sit down on the vanity stool, looking at myself in the mirror. She curls my hair into pretty, long curls, letting them fall down my back. She does some light makeup, knowing I don't like a lot, then tells me to go put on some nude heels, nothing too tall, as I'm not too comfortable with heels just yet. Now, for the final thing to make you a princess, Soraya says, holding something behind her back. She pulls out a red velvet box with the royal logo etched in gold on the top. She slowly opens the box to reveal a beautiful gold tiara with diamonds and sapphires spread throughout. This was your grandmother's. Your mother refuses to wear it, saying it's too old-fashioned. But I thought you'd like it as a token of good luck. It is a bit old-fashioned compared to what my mother wears, but I've seen this tiara in all the portraits of my grandmother. It means so much to get to wear it. I absolutely love it, thank you. I smile, hugging her. She places it right on top of my head, and it feels weightless. I've always thought they would be heavy, but I guess not. I look at myself in the mirror and smile. This day will be a dream come true. Now, go meet your parents in the garden, Maid Soraya says, ushering me out the door. I head downstairs and into the garden to see my father in a button-up shirt and dress pants, and my mother in a dress that makes her figure look perfect and the tallest heels I've ever seen. They notice me walking outside and head over to me. You look very nice, Ariana. My father compliments. He's always been more accepting of me than my mother. My father was born royal, and my mother was the most popular girl in the whole royal village. I think having me would have ruined her reputation. My father doesn't really care, though. He just has a very hard personality because he's a king, and my mother has way too much influence over him. Thank you, Father. I smile at him. I look at my mother and see a scowl on her face. Let's start heading to breakfast, so we can get this over with. My mother groans, walking back inside. I look at my father, but he heads inside too. Right when he's about to step inside, he turns back and holds out a hand to me. I silently take it, walking back into the castle. My mother walks a few feet ahead of us as my father walks right next to me, keeping my pace. "How are you feeling about the kingdom meeting you?" he asks, rubbing my shoulder. I had never really been in contact with him, so his hand feels foreign on my shoulder. "I'm a bit nervous, but mainly excited," I say, trying not to come off as too nervous. I had always strived to make my father proud. I think it is in my DNA. As we almost arrive at the dining hall where all the village is, I can't help but feel a lump form in my throat out of nervousness. "I'm excited for the kingdom to meet you," he quietly states. I stop for a second. Did he really just say that? "Dear, please go in without us. I need to talk to Ariana for a bit." My father calls to my mother. She easily waltzes into the dining hall. "Ariana, I know it seems like I want nothing to do with you, but I had to. If I had gotten close to you, I would have told the world that you're my daughter. Your mother would have been very angry if I told anyone. I am so proud of you, and I can't wait for the world to see who you are. I know this isn't going to fix everything, but I hope you understand. Now let's go in." He grabs my hand and pulls me to the door. We slowly walk in, and as soon as the crowd sees me, the whole room erupts in whispers. They aren't really whispers, since we all have wolf hearing. The beautiful dining hall is filled with 5 very long tables, each side stuffed with the village werewolves. There is a raised platform towards the front of the room, which has a smaller table and 3 chairs facing the other tables. My mother is sitting in one of the chairs, and my father is pulling me towards the others. My father sits in the middle as he is the king. My mother sits to his right, and I guess I sit to his left. I slowly sit down, staring at the crowd, some pointing fingers, some wide-eyed, some in pure shock. Who is she? Is that their daughter? Maybe she's our new queen. She's so pretty. I can't help but blush at the last whisper I heard. My father soon stands up, and everyone goes silent. They all stand up in unison. I look around, and since everyone is standing up, I don't know if I should stand up or not. But soon, my father starts speaking. "Thank you all for coming to the annual royal breakfast," he says, using his alpha voice. Small cheers and claps follow. I know you all are wondering who this lovely young lady is next to me. I would like to introduce you to our daughter, Princess Ariana, next heir to the throne. The room explodes in cheers and claps. My father grabs my hand and pulls me to stand up. Everyone starts to bow to me, and I can't stop blushing. I know this may come as a surprise to many of you, but Ariana has been kept in hiding for the past 18 years of her life from the fear her mother and I had of the dangers of this world. Enemies would have an easy target to hurt the crown, but as she is now of age, we must release her to the world to find her mate. The Queen and I have decided to step down from our position whenever Princess Ariana finds her mate. I wince internally at the amount of lies he used in his speech. No one would ever know the truth of my childhood. Let's eat. A teener. The breakfast went really well. Once I was done eating, my mother told me to go around and meet some people. I feel like I met everyone in the village, and my hand feels numb from all the handshakes I was giving. I was surprised at how welcoming the whole village was. I didn't expect to be accepted so fast. Currently, my mother and I are walking to her special tea garden. It is time for the Queen's tea time, while all the guys are finishing up their meeting. As we walk outside, all the ladies in the garden smile at me. Most of the Lunas don't know who I am since they weren't at the breakfast. But news travels fast in the werewolf community due to mind linking. By this evening, everyone will know who I am. I don't know how much I like that. "Queen Scarlatine, is this your daughter I heard about?" one of the older Lunas asks. My mother gives a cheerful yes. Her whole attitude changes when she is around other people. I guess that's what queens have to do. "Hello, Princess. I'm Luna Salma of the Red Forest Pack," the Luna says, extending her hand for me to shake. After meeting all the Lunas and a few pack members, we start the tea time. I quickly realize what this really is. It's just a place for all the Lunas to gossip. I notice a girl about my age. I think she is Luna Katarine of the Royal Guard Pack, the pack my father has stationed around our kingdom as a guard. She seems as lost as I am, so I move to sit next to her while all the older ladies chat. "Is this your first time?" I whisper to her, leaning next to her a bit. She seems shocked for a second, but shakes out of it. Yeah, I found my mate a few months ago and haven't really been trained to be a Luna yet, she whispers. Don't worry, the kingdom just found out about me today. I smile. She gives me a confused face. You're Katarine, right? Yes, Princess Ariana. She nods. Well, you have a new friend. I can sense that the party is almost over as a few people leave. Would you mind coming to my room to get ready for the ball? No, not at all. Let me just mind link my mate and grab my dress, she gasps. Tonight's gonna be really exciting, I smile, grabbing Katarine's hand as we start running through the garden to the castle. Chapter 3. Damian's POV. As I sit in the Alpha meeting, I can't help but be extremely bored. I've never understood the royal kingdom. If I were king, I would change so many things. The fact that they kept the next heir a secret makes me believe they're unworthy. I only ever came to these meetings. The ball never sparked an interest in me. My beta convinced me to go to the ball this year, as I'm now 21 and can't continue to run my pack without my mate. I thought I was doing a good job without a mate, and that having one would only complicate things even more. But my beta was becoming a pain in my neck. My pack members were excited to finally attend the elegant ball, but I certainly was not. I lean my arm on the chair I am sitting in and place my head in my hand, tuning out the few alphas arguing. My fingers fumble around with a pen when suddenly my wolf perks up. The intoxicating smell of mint and chocolate from my dream suddenly flows into the room. I quickly sit up and look around, but no one has entered. The king notices my alert look and instantly asks, Alpha Damian, is something wrong? He stares at me intently. Maybe it's coming from the hall outside the meeting. I need to find out. Will you excuse me for a second? I ask. The second I get a nod, I bolt to the door. I quickly open and close it behind me. I see no one in the hall, but I can still smell the scent. I follow it down the hall and around the corner. Then it gets mixed with another scent. I try to keep following it, but it soon disappears. And they create Ariana's point of view. Katarine and I have been talking for a while, getting to know each other. I found out that she actually comes from Brazil, and I got to learn a lot about her heritage. She learned a lot about my life and how I was kept hidden. It felt nice to confide in someone about what I went through. So, what is it like having a mate? I ask, lying down on my bed with Katarine. I've never really seen what it's like to have a mate, and I'm supposed to meet mine very soon. It's the most amazing feeling ever. Thompson is so sweet. I can't wait for you to meet him. She gushes, obviously in love. I'm about to reply, but in rushes maid Soraya. Princess, I'm awfully sorry I'm late. I was helping in the kitchen and lost track of time. Soraya pants from running through the castle. She then notices the other lady in the room. Who is this? Oh, this is Luna Katarine of the Royal Guard Pack, I state, pulling Katarine off the bed. This is her first royal ball as well, so she's getting ready with me. Well, lovely. Now let's get you girls ready. Soraya smiles. We start off with Soraya doing Katarine's hair in a braided crown, while I paint her nails pink since her gown is a sparkly pink. Then vice versa. My hair is now falling down my back in curls with a few pieces pulled up, and my nails are painted a pale blue. Katarine is now doing my makeup while Soraya finishes up my dress in her own room. She hasn't let me see the dress, and I don't remember what it looks like since I was so tired last night. Do you think you'll meet your mate tonight? Katarine asks, applying some foundation and concealer. I'm not sure. I had a dream last night that makes me think I will. I sigh, closing my eyes so she can apply eyeshadow. I'm scared to meet him. Do you not want a mate? She asks. I do. It's just I've been locked up for so long. I want to explore the world before I find my mate. I sigh, wondering about him. I promise you, once you see him, you'll only want him forever, she says. Okay, open your eyes. How will I know it's my mate? What if I see him and don't know it's him? Oh, Ariana, your wolf will tell you. Katarine laughs, applying mascara to my eyelashes. I've never had a connection to my wolf. I only shifted once when I turned 16, and that was it, I say, fiddling with my fingers. Do you know why you can't shift or feel your wolf? The doctor says I'll have a connection when I meet my mate. I state as Katarine finishes off my makeup with a pale pink lipstick. You're all done and ready for the ball. Katerine smiles. Except for the dress. Almost on cue, Soraya comes into my bedroom with a bag that I'm guessing has my dress in it. My goddess, you look gorgeous, princess. Soraya gushes, coming to give me a hug. You're growing up, and I don't like it. Both Katerine and I laugh at her. Katerine starts on her own makeup since I'm no good at it. Soraya gushes for a little longer, until she realizes the time. Oh, you both have to get dressed. Princess, you have to be downstairs in 10 minutes. Soraya quickly grabs the bag she brought in. She slowly takes a dress out of the bag, revealing a beautiful, pale blue gown with gorgeous blue flowers all over it. Thank you so much. This is gorgeous. You outdid yourself. I smile as a few tears gather in my eyes. Don't cry, you'll mess up your makeup, Maid Soraya states. Here, go put it on and take these shoes with you. She hands me a pair of light brown heels with gold details, and I rush into the bathroom to change. When I come out, Katerine is almost out the door. Her makeup is done, and she has her dress on. I finish strapping up my heels and stand up straight. You look like the princess you're supposed to be, Soraya cries. Katerine is out the door, rushing to get to her room. Here's your tiara. Now go to the main foyer. She places the tiara on my head like this morning, and I'm off down the hall. I slowly descend the stairs, seeing my parents at the bottom. My father is in his suit with his crown on, and my mother is in a tight-fitting red dress to match my father's tie, with her crown on. When I reach the bottom of the stairs, I almost slip on the heels, but my father catches me. I hear little snickers coming from my mother. Let's head to the entrance so we can start greeting everyone, my father states, grabbing my mother's hand and walking towards the grand front doors. My father waves his hand at the guard, and they slowly open the doors. I slowly walk behind my parents with my head down. Once the doors are completely open, I'm blinded by the flashing of cameras. The paparazzi are crowding the walkway to the castle as we stand at the grand entrance to greet all the alphas. I stand next to my mother since that seems right. The paparazzi are yelling different things that are very hard to make out, and I feel a bit overwhelmed. Soon, the flashes and yelling stop as the first dark limo pulls up and out exits our first couple to greet. The first Alpha and Luna are from the Red Moon Pack on the outskirts of our land. They bow and shake hands with my father and the same with my mother. But when they reach me, they only bow and don't shake my hand. I guess you don't do that to princesses. Next are Alpha Thompson and Luna Katerine. They both look so in love. They both greet my parents like the first couple. But when Katerine gets to me, she bows and gives me a hug, which I gladly accept. Soon, we'll meet all the Alphas and Lunas. A few Alphas either haven't met their mate or have lost their mate, so there wasn't always a Luna to meet. All the pack members, betas, and village members enter through a different entrance. I see the sun beginning to set, which means the ball will begin soon. As always, Alpha Damian doesn't come, my father groans, starting to turn to walk back into the castle. Your Highness, his beta and pack members have entered the ball. He should be coming shortly, one of the guards informs us. Fine, we'll wait 5 minutes. If he doesn't show up, then the ball will begin without him, my mother harshly states to the guard. Just then, a black SUV pulls up with the Blue Crescent Pack logo on the hood. He's here. Ariana, I want you to keep your head down. This Alpha is dangerous, my father warns me. I do as he says, and keep my head down. As the door opens, the strong smell of orange flows towards me. It was the scent from my dream. The scent keeps getting stronger as I feel a strong presence coming closer, almost as strong as my father's. I feel like something in my head is jumping around, but I can't tell what. You finally decided to come? My father questions. Don't be so rude, Your Highness. A deep voice throws a sly remark at my father. Something about that voice makes me feel so calm. All I want to do is look up, but I won't disrespect my father on my first day as a true princess. Good evening, my queen, the voice says, getting closer. The amazing scent is now wrapping around me, making me feel things I've never felt. Suddenly, a finger pushes my chin up, and I'm met with beautiful chocolate brown eyes. Instantly, my breath is taken away, and a little voice in my head chants, "Mate, mate, mate!" Where his finger is on my chin tingles where he touches my skin. It feels amazing, his touch, his smell, his eyes. Just being in his presence fills me with an overwhelming need to be his. Then, suddenly, he presses his lips onto mine, and a spark ignites within me as I've never felt before. Days. Damian's POV. I found her. She was in the castle all along, and now I'm kissing her. This is the best feeling ever. My wolf is ecstatic in my head, and so am I. I pull away from her small body, smiling. She is mine. Why does my heart suddenly feel like I'm floating on cloud 9? She is gorgeous, her blonde hair, green eyes like emeralds, and the smell that is driving me crazy. I want to take her away from this world and spend eternity with her, just from one kiss. I'm Damian, and it's an enormous pleasure to finally meet you. I breathe, holding her waist. It's nice to meet you, Damian. I'm Ariana, your mate, I guess. I can't help the shiver that goes down my spine when she says my name. She looks over to see her parents gone. We should head in, she says. Can I just have one more minute alone with you? I ask, not letting go of her waist. Absolutely. I can't believe this. I'm speechless, she says, looking up at me. She is the perfect height compared to me, coming up to just below my shoulders. You're my mate. This is the best day of my life, I gush, wrapping my arms tighter around her to bring her into a hug. She laughs as I pick her off the ground and spin her around. What do we do now? My heart doesn't want to leave your side, and I don't even know who you are. I feel like I've known you for years, but I don't even know your favorite color, she laughs, obviously thinking through all her feelings. Well, my favorite color is blue, which, by the way, looks beautiful on you. I smirk towards her, causing her to blush. And I believe we will attend this royal ball together and begin to learn about each other. Yeah, I think we should head in. Please don't leave my side, she pleads. I can't help but want to wrap her up in my arms again and promise that I will never leave her. I push away the urge, grab her hand, and lead her towards the ballroom. I know this is her first royal ball, so I hope that I can bring her comfort. She suddenly stops in her tracks when we enter the ballroom. I turn to look at her. She's looking around with wide eyes. It's a lot to take in, huh? I whisper in her ear. She slowly nods her head. Come on, let's head in farther. She follows me into the center of the room, where most people are dancing to the live music being played. I grab her hand and waist, urging her to dance with me. I don't know how to dance. I was never taught, she says shyly, lowering her gaze to the floor. No worries, I can teach you later for other balls. I smile, pulling her off the dance floor. She then stops to talk to somebody. It's Luna Katarine. I guess since she's from the Royal Guard, she knows Ariana. I stand next to her with my hand on the small of her back as I tune out their conversation. I scan the crowd for my pack members and also for any possible threats towards my mate or me. I never felt safe at these events, as it is very easy for a mass attack to happen. All alphas, lunas, and betas in one place make for a very easy target. While I'm sure the king has plenty of security, I still don't feel safe that my newly found mate is without any sort of guard other than me when she was just announced to the world as the princess. Wait, does that mean I'm going to be king? Or is Ariana going to come back to my pack with me? There are so many things I want to know about her. I wish I could just have her all to myself, but I am glad she is finally able to experience a royal ball. Damian, this is my friend Katarine and her mate Thompson, Ariana says, getting my attention. I quickly greeted them and was about to start a conversation, but the king and queen walked onto the stage. Welcome, everyone, to the 94th Annual Royal Ball, the king announces. He's always seemed so annoying to me. Everyone starts clapping, even Ariana next to me. I slowly start to clap, but then it dies down. The king gives a long speech, and when he finishes, everyone goes back to what they were doing. Ariana, I want you to meet someone. Come with me, I say, leaning down to her ear so she can hear me over the crowd. I don't miss the shiver that rolls down her back. I pull her to where my beta and my parents are talking. Hello, son. Who might this be clinging to your arm? My father insults. He's always been judgmental of any woman I introduced to him, as it was very common that women would cling to me due to my title, but I had always saved myself for my mate. I didn't even realize she was holding my arm until she started to pull away, but I quickly stopped her. It felt so natural, like she was meant to be there. I would like to introduce Princess Ariana. All three of them bow. My mother, locking eyes with Ariana. My mate. What? My mother yells, choking on the glass of champagne she was drinking. My father looks in shock, but Dante, my beta, doesn't look surprised. It's lovely to meet you. I'm Beta Dante of the Blue Creek Pack. Dante introduces himself, shaking Ariana's hand. I saw you two walk in together and knew you were mates from the start. Ariana and I spend the evening getting to know each other, walking around the large ballroom while sipping on a few different drinks. She would be pulled away to talk to some important member of the village or pack, but I always made sure to stay right by her side. As the night begins to wind down, only a few linger in the ballroom, including the king and queen. A maid comes up to Ariana and whispers something in her ear. I'll be right back, she says, then kisses my cheek as she leaves. She walks over to her parents and starts talking to them. She looks so beautiful. I'm so lucky. I take off my suit coat and untie my tie, leaving it hanging around my neck. She walks back over to me, looking much less happy than before. She stands in front of me, her hands playing with the ends of my tie. I reach up and start twirling a piece of her hair. I can tell she is nervous about what she has to ask. Can you stay the night? She asks. Chapter 4. Ariana's Point of View. As most of the guests spent the night dancing and drinking, Damian and I spent the night getting to know each other. From favorite foods to childhood memories, we talked about everything under the sun. The night was winding down, and hardly anyone was left in the ballroom. I was telling Damian about how much I loved peanut butter cookies when maid Soraya came up to me and whispered in my ear. Your parents would like to speak to you, she says, then wanders off somewhere. I'll be right back, I tell Damian, then kiss him on the cheek. I start walking over to my parents. I don't know why I kissed his cheek. I just did. Ah, Ariana, my mother greets. We wanted to talk to you about your mate. Since he's an alpha, we will have to hold a meeting to discuss everything about succession and leadership of his pack, my father explains. We would have liked for him to go back to his pack with everyone else and discuss this at a later date while you stay here to start your royal training. But the elders will not separate you two, so he will stay here, and we shall discuss everything tomorrow morning. Your mother and I are heading to bed. I trust you will be fine. I can't believe he wanted to separate us. They can't even congratulate me. Yes, father. Good night. I nod, turning back to my mate. I start walking towards him and see that he has taken off his suit coat, and his tie is hanging around his neck. He looks so handsome in his white button-down. I'm so lucky. I realize how weird it's going to be for me to ask him to stay the night. When I reach him, I start fidgeting with the ends of his tie as he starts playing with my hair. Can you stay the night? I ask awkwardly, not looking him in the eyes. Of course. May I ask why? He answers sweetly. He's so amazing. We need to discuss some stuff with my parents tomorrow. I smile, grabbing his hand. All right, I'll let my beta know, he says. And I see his eyes go glassy, meaning he's mind-linking. How about we head to bed? Oh, yeah, it's getting really late. Let's go. I start leading him towards my room. I guess we'll be sleeping together since we don't have a room ready for him. Not that I have a problem with that. Once we reach my room, I head in to see Soraya, ready to help me get ready for bed. She soon sees Damian and realizes something. Oh, Your Highness, I'm so sorry. I'll leave right away, she rambles, scurrying out the door. I try to stop her, but she runs out. Who was that? Damian asks, walking further into my bedroom. Maid Soraya. She basically raised me. I smile, slipping off my shoes. I walk over to where Damian is. He's looking at my single shelf of books. Now that I'm standing next to him without my heels, I feel much shorter. This is one of my favorite books, he says, picking up To Kill a Mockingbird. I keep my favorite books in my room, so if I can't sleep, I have something to read. I only read it if I can't sleep, but it's really good, I say, looking at all the other books. Damian puts down the book and looks towards the huge flat-screen TV opposite my bed. Are you a book or TV person? He asks, setting down his coat on my bed. I've only turned on that TV twice. I laugh. hoping that answers his question. I hope that you have a library, not just those 5 books. He smiles, brushing a piece of my hair behind my ear. Of course we do. You should see it one day, I state, trying not to gush about my love for that library. Why not now, he suggests, grabbing my hands in excitement. I guess we could. Everyone should be asleep, I mumble, hoping it's just Damian and me. I should change, and then we can go. He nods, taking a seat on my bed. I head into my closet and grab a pair of leggings, a sweatshirt, and some socks. I walk over to the bathroom, glancing at Damian to find him lying on my bed with his eyes closed. I walk into the bathroom and start taking my makeup off. Once it's off, I change out of my dress. Then I pull my hair into a ponytail. Should I have dressed up more for Damian? What if he thinks I look ugly? What if he doesn't want me? Maybe I should change. I try to sneak out of the bathroom without Damian noticing, but I freeze in place. Standing in front of my bed is a shirtless Damian with his muscled back turned to me. He has on some black sweatpants and is putting on a gray t-shirt. He senses my presence and turns around, so I get a full view of his strong chest and defined abs. Hey, Dante dropped off my suitcase. It takes me a second to register who Dante is, with Damian pulling on his shirt, covering my distraction. Okay, I was gonna go change, I say, pointing to the closet. There's no need to. You look gorgeous. He smiles. I can't help but blush. I still need to change, I state, walking to the closet, but he stops me by grabbing my hand. You don't need to change. You look beautiful to me, and that's all that matters. Trust me, I'm your mate, he says seriously, but also smirks. I can't tell if it's the mate pull or not, but I feel like I'm starting to grow intense feelings for him. Thanks. I guess we can go then. I sigh, lacing my fingers with his. As we walk next to each other, I can't help but have a few questions for him. Can I ask a few questions? I ask, playing with the hem of my sweatshirt. Yeah, go right ahead, darling, he answers. My heart skips a beat when he uses a nickname. Where's your pack located? Along the West Coast. It's a long drive from here. How old are you? 21. You? 18. Do you have any siblings? No, but I do have cousins. Since you want to go to the library so much, are you a reader? Not really. My mother has a library in the pack house that I sometimes use, but rarely. Then why did you want to come? Because you obviously love it. So I want to see what you love. We arrive at the library. The huge doors are closed like always. I let go of Damian's hand to open the door, and I prance into the library like I always do. He slowly follows me inside. Welcome to my happy place. I smile at him, standing in the middle of the huge room with my arms stretched out. I do a little spin, then start looking for a book. Damian wanders farther in, looking around at all the books. Wow, this is huge compared to my mother's, Damian mumbles. I keep looking for Pride and Prejudice, but can't seem to find it. What are you looking for? One of my books. Pride and Prejudice, actually, I say, still looking around the room. I see Damian walk over to the bay window, and it reminds me that I left the book there. I walk over and grab the book from the seat. Found it. This is an amazing view, Damian sighs, staring out the window. It's my favorite part of the whole castle. I love what's on the other side of the border, I say, sitting down, still looking out the window. Have you never been to the ocean? He says, realizing what's on the other side. No. The last time I left the castle grounds was when I was 3, I say, looking at him. That's terrible. I promise, as your mate, that I will make your life 10 times better than this, that I will make every one of your wishes come true, and that you will never be locked up again. Once he finishes, he leans down and locks his lips with mine. Kissing him is like the rest of the world disappears, and it's just me and him in endless space. He slowly pulls away, both of us breathless. Are you going to read your book? Damian asks, looking down at the book I'm holding between us. Oh, yeah, I stutter, still recovering from the kiss. Why don't you read it to me? He suggests, sitting down right in front of me. Okay, sure. Have you read this book before? I ask, opening the book. No, I've only read a few books, he says. Then he turns around and lies down, placing his head in my lap. Okay, I'll start at the beginning. And that's how we spent most of the night, until I started to yawn and Damian said we should go to sleep. I bring the book back to my bedroom, just in case. As I slide into bed, almost asleep, I feel 2 arms wrap around my waist, pulling me towards Damian. He then grabs my hand and laces our fingers together. Good night, Ariana. Good night, Damian. Chapter 5. Ariana's Point of View. I wake up to a knock on my door. As I go to get up, I'm stopped by something holding me down. I turn around and see Damian gripping my waist, sound asleep. He looks so calm and at peace while he's sleeping. How is this the most hated alpha? I move to brush a piece of his hair away from his face, but as I'm about to touch him, I hear the knock again, causing me to flinch and hit Damian in the face. He jolts awake, looking confused. What the hell? He says, looking around the room, trying to find what hit him. His eyes then land on me, and his expression softens. I'm so sorry. I never me. I start to ramble, but I'm cut off by his lips on mine. He pulls away with a content look on his face. It's fine, baby. He smiles. Then I suddenly remember the door. I spring out of bed and rush to it, opening it to reveal Soraya. Good morning, princess. I'm sorry to wake you, she says kindly, giving me a warm smile. It's fine. I should have been up by now, I say, keeping the door open enough so she can see me, but nothing else. I was wondering if you required my help getting ready this morning. I think I will suffice by myself, but thank you. Very well. The king would like Alpha Damian and you to come to the meeting at noon today. She waves goodbye, and I head back into my bedroom. As I turn around, closing the door, I'm lifted off my feet and into Damian's arms. I laugh as he carries me to the bed. He lays me down on the mattress as he hovers over me. Good morning, Damian. I laugh as he kisses my nose. Good morning, my beautiful mate. I blush at his comment. I have a question. Go right ahead, I urge him. Will I become king, or will you become my Luna? He asks, rolling over to lie next to me. I'm not quite sure. That's what we're discussing today. I truly didn't know or even think of that. Okay, I was just wondering, he mumbles, obviously not happy with my answer. I look over at my clock. It reads 11:13. Oh, goddess, we need to get ready, I exclaim, getting out of bed. Before I can get all the way out, I'm pulled back by Damian grabbing my hand. The meeting is at noon. One more kiss, he states, puckering his lips. I smile and give him a peck on the lips, then get out of bed. I walk to my closet, picking out my clothes. I'm going to take a shower. I hear Damian yell from the bathroom. I reply with, okay, and then hear him say something that makes my cheeks heat up. Care to join me? Damian, shush! I scolded him, hoping no one heard him. I then hear the shower start running. I decide on a light blue halter dress and some black sandals. I start to get ready at my vanity, which is located right outside the bathroom. When I'm finished, Damian walks out of the bathroom in a gray button-up and black khakis. He comes up behind me and just hugs me while I fix my hair. Damian, I need to go brush my teeth, I sigh, pulling his arms away from my waist. He follows me to the bathroom, then sits on the counter, watching me brush my teeth. Why are you staring? I ask, wiping my mouth. I just can't believe you're my mate. He smiles. Because I'm the princess? No, because you're so innocent and shouldn't be mated to me. But I'm too selfish to let you go. I don't know what to say after that. It was so sweet and meaningful. So I pull him out of the bathroom and into the hall. We need to go. Father will be upset if we're late, I say, pulling him towards the meeting hall. But he stops me. I don't care if your father will be upset, and neither should you. You don't belong to him anymore. You're mine forever. We can be late if we want to be, sweetheart, he says, cupping my face in his hands. Ariana, can you promise me something? Of course. Even if I can't be king, promise me you'll stay with me, he says, looking down, seemingly ashamed. No matter what happens, I'll always stay with you. I've only been a princess for 24 hours. I'd give up my title to be your Luna whenever I need to. I place my finger under his chin and pull his face up to meet my eyes. I give him a kiss on the cheek, and he smiles. We walk hand in hand to the meeting hall. As we walk in, I see my father's Beta and Dante. Damian's beta, as well as my parents. Why would they need to be at this meeting? Finally, we've been waiting, my mother exclaims. I tense as I regularly do around my mother. But this time, Damian notices as he gives my hand a squeeze. Please, sit down, my father grumbles. Damian and I sit down across from my parents. Dante sits next to Damian. My father's beta, doing the same to my father. Since you both have high statuses in the werewolf community, we must decide how this will go, my father explains. I've talked with our elders, and they've agreed with me that since Ariana has a kingdom to guide once I step down, you two will become king and queen. What will happen to my pack? Damian glares. I feel him getting upset, so I squeeze his hand. He seems to be calmed down. That's what we will be discussing, my father says, obviously annoyed. Queen Scarlatine and I will be stepping down in 4 months. Since neither of you has any royal training, that is what you shall be doing in the next 4 months. But what about Damian's pack? I suddenly ask, tired of them avoiding the question. Over the next 3 months, you will be staying with Damian in his pack. It is your decision if you would like to bring anyone from your pack into the royal village, and who will take over Blue Crescent for you. In the final month, you will be back at the castle preparing for your coronations. I slowly take it all in. They had it all planned out. I don't even get a say in it. You may start packing as you're heading to Blue Crescent pack very soon, my father finishes. I slowly stand up, bow, and walk out without worrying about Damian. I am in a state of shock from how much they control my life. I enter my room and start packing. Hey, are you okay? Damian asks, walking into my bedroom. I sigh, grabbing my clothes, only taking what I want, since I will be back here in 3 months. I just wish they had given me a choice. I want to be with you no matter what, but they didn't give us an option. I'm used to this treatment, but you're an alpha, and should never be told to just follow what they say like this, I say, looking up at Damian. He tries to give me a reassuring smile, but I can tell he doesn't like this either. Once I'm king, a lot will change, he says, sitting down in a chair, staring off into space. I wonder if he's mind-linking. I've never done that. My parents wouldn't let me, since then all the royal village would wonder who I am. I finish packing and look over at Damian. He's still zoned out. I walk up to him and tap his shoulder. He snaps out of his trance and looks up at me. I'm done packing. If you're ready to go, I state, gesturing to my bag. Oh yeah, we can go. I was just mind-linking some people to make sure they were ready for arrival, he says, hopping up from the chair. I go to grab my bag, but he stops me. I've got this. He grabs both our bags, and we start heading to the main foyer. As we arrive, I see maid Soraya waiting for us. I forgot how much I'm going to miss her. I had never spent a day of my life without her. Princess, your parents could not see you off because of a meeting, but they wish you the best. She smiles. Very well, I guess we'll be on our way, I say sadly. Soraya pulls me into a hug, and I never want to let go. I'll miss you, Your Highness, I hear Soraya sniffle. Please don't cry. I'll be back soon. I try to soothe her. I pull away and wipe her tears. I say a quick goodbye to her and then head out of the castle. You ready? Damian asks, putting our bags in the back of a black SUV. I nod my head as he closes the trunk. He opens the passenger side door, and I hop inside. I've never really been in a car before. I've read about them in books and have seen my parents in them many times, but I've never driven in one. Damian closes my door, then walks to the other side of the car and hops in as well. Buckle up, he states. I slowly try to figure out what he means. I'm guessing he senses my confusion because he looks over at me. Have you ever been in a car before? No, I'm sorry. I blush, feeling stupid. It's okay. So this is the seatbelt. It keeps you safe. He pulls a strap across me and then puts it into something until it makes a pop noise. I quietly thank him, and then he places a key into the ignition. A rumbling noise starts. My eyes go wide. I think this car is about to blow up. Ariana, it's okay. This is normal. Damian laughs, placing his hand on my knee. Oh, we start moving, and I try to act calm. Damian grabs my hand and interlaces our fingers. Why did your parents keep you hidden for so long? He asks, keeping his eyes on the road. I was the firstborn. Since I was a female, I was a disgrace to them. But why didn't they just get over it? My parents loved their popularity. Having me would have been horrible for their reputations. I state, used to this. But Damian seems very shocked. You have horrible parents, he states, gripping the steering wheel. I've learned to accept it. Soraya was like a mother to me. I start to wonder about his childhood. What was your childhood like? My parents were different from many alphas. They let me have a childhood, but when I turned 16, I started alpha training. Was Dante your best friend? I had always heard stories about how close an alpha and beta were, and how they normally grew up together. Actually, yeah. He's actually older than me by a few months, but we grew up together. That's so cute. I gush. I've always wanted a best friend. Soraya was the closest I had to one, but she was more of a mother figure than a best friend. It's a really long drive. You should sleep. Damian changes the topic. I decide I should probably get some sleep, so I lean my head against the window and doze off. When I wake up, it's dark outside, but I see a big building in front of us. As we drive closer, I see a very large group of werewolves. Welcome to Blue Crescent Pack. Damian smiles, squeezing my hand with pride at seeing his beautiful pack. He parks the car, and I open the door. I step out in front of the group of werewolves. There are so many of them, it is overwhelming and stressful. Welcome, Princess Ariana, they all say in unison. Then I black out. Chapter 6. Damian's POV. I see Ariana start to fall, and I swiftly catch her before she hits the ground. I lay her down. She's unconscious. Dante, get the pack doctor! I shout at Dante, and he runs off. I suddenly see my father and Gamma shooing the crowd away. I look down at Ariana's face. She looks like she's sleeping. Worries fly through my head. What happened? Why did she faint? Is she hurt? Everything is fine. Mate is okay, my wolf, Blaine says. How do you know that? I ask. I can feel her wolf. Mate is okay. I take his word for it. I look down at her. She somehow looks peaceful. I pull her head into my lap. You're gonna be okay, baby, I whisper, kissing her forehead and running my hands through her blonde hair. My father and Gamma walk over to us after getting the crowd to disperse. Is she okay? My father asks, crouching down at my level on the ground. My wolf says she is. The pack doctor should be here soon, I say. As if on cue, the pack doctor, Dr. Stephen, runs up to us. What happened, Alpha? Does she have any pre-existing medical conditions? He asks, kneeling next to Ariana. As soon as the pack welcomed her, she fainted. I'm not sure what's wrong. She might have a medical condition, but I don't know, I tell him. He starts checking up on her. My wolf and I go into possessive mode and growl at him. Alpha, in order for me to help her, you must calm down, Dr. Stephen tells me. I try to calm down, telling my wolf it's to help Ariana. I believe she fainted out of shock or anxiety. Nothing to worry about, but I would like for her to stay at the hospital until she wakes up, Dr. Stephen says, after checking her. I pick her up, and we walk to the pack hospital. They led me to the secluded area for alphas, betas, and gammas. I lay her down on the bed in the alpha suite. A few nurses come in and start to hook Ariana up to a few machines. It takes everything in me not to interfere when they put an IV into her arm. Alpha, we don't have a file on her. Would you mind filling out a form for her? A nurse asks, handing me a clipboard. I nod, grabbing the pen she gave me. I start filling it out, only to realize I don't know any of her medical information. I've only known her for 2 days. How am I supposed to know this? I'm a terrible mate. I pull out my phone and call Dante. What you need, Damian? The happy voice of my beta fills the air. He obviously went to see his mate. I didn't get his obsession over his mate until I met Ariana. It makes complete sense now. Can you get me in contact with Ariana's maid? I ask, thinking she would know the most. Ariana did say she was like a mother to her. No problem, I'll send you right away. After the phone call, I get maid Soraya on the phone. She easily gives all the information I need. She seemed worried when she heard Ariana was unconscious. She truly is like a mother to Ariana. I give the nurse the clipboard, and she nods. She should wake up in a few hours. If you'd like to sleep, Alpha, the nurse tells me, then leaves the room. I look at Ariana. They have put her under the blanket so she is comfortable. I pull a chair over to the side of the bed and sit down. I grab her hand. I still get the sparks, which helps ease my wolf in me. I can't fall asleep. What if she wakes up while I'm sleeping? And Clusta said, 6 hours later. Ariana still isn't awake. It's now morning. The heart monitor is beeping the same rhythm it has for the past few hours. I'm still holding her hand. I haven't let go. They had to connect a feeding and breathing tube because she's been unconscious for so long. I suddenly hear a knock on the door. I mumble a "come in," thinking it is a nurse checking on Ariana, but it is actually my parents. My mother waltzes in, my father following behind. "Honey, did you get any sleep?" My mother worries, holding my face in her hands. "I can't sleep, but I'm fine, Mom." I sigh, moving my head out of her hands. "How is she?" My father asks, standing at the end of the bed. "She's doing okay. She was supposed to wake up by now," I say, staring at her, hoping to see her beautiful eyes open. "Don't worry, she'll wake up," my mother states, placing a hand on my shoulder. We fall into a comfortable conversation. It's nice having my parents around. Being alone was starting to get boring. "Soon you'll be having pups in this room," my mother casually states, looking around. I nearly choke on how casually she said that, as if it were a part of the small talk. "Dear, they've known each other for 2 days," my father says, shocked at my mother as well. "So? I'm getting old, and I want grandpups." My mother pouts. She's always so dramatic. "This actually won't be where we'll be having pups, Mom," I say, deciding I had to tell her at some point. "What do you mean?" she asks, confused. "Ariana is the heir, Mom. She's going to be queen and I, her king," I say, locking eyes with my mother. "Does that mean you're leaving? Who will take over the pack?" my father asks, my mother now in shock. "We have to head back to the royal kingdom in 3 months. I have to decide who takes over by that point," I say. "Our coronation is in 4 months." "Wow, my son is going to be king," my father proudly states. Both my parents come over to give me a hug. As they are doing this, I feel my hand being squeezed. I pull away from my parents and look at Ariana. She is stirring. Her eyelids start to flutter. "Mom, go get Dr. Stephen," I say, still looking at Ariana. Her eyes open, and she looks around for a bit until her gaze lands on me. "Hey, baby." "Hey, Damian." She smiles warmly at me. "What happened?" "You fainted when we got to the pack," I tell her softly, playing with her fingers. We both look down at our interlocked hands, mesmerized by the amazing sparks erupting under our skin. Our little moment is interrupted by Dr. Stephen walking in. Both of us snap out of the trance and look at him. "Good to see you awake, princess." He smiles, checking her vitals. "Do you know why I fainted, doctor?" Ariana asks. She's so polite. "After checking all your vitals and medical history, the only answer I can find is that you have a form of anxiety. It most likely formed from your childhood, not being in many social situations. Your mind will most likely cause you to have panic attacks whenever you are in very stressful or overwhelming situations. While it could be triggered, it also could happen for unknown reasons. I advise you try to slowly introduce yourself into larger events and remove yourself from overwhelming situations when you can," Dr. Stephen states. Techly 2 and 1, Ariana's point of view. I slowly take in all this information. I have anxiety. No wonder I would have panic attacks in the middle of the night growing up. If you have any other questions, I'm always here for you. You may leave whenever you want. "Goodbye, Your Highness," the doctor says, leaving the room. I bite my lip while staring off into space. I can't believe I've never noticed this. "Are you okay, Ariana?" Damian asks. I look over at him. He looks so tired. I wonder how long it's been since he slept. I nod my head, trying to give him a smile. "Do you feel ready to leave?" he asks. "Yeah, I really want to change." I fake laugh, hoping he believes me. He laughs as well, which I take as he believes me. I don't know why, but finding out I have anxiety really dragged me down. Damian helps me out of the hospital after the nurses take my IV out. We reach outside, Damian still with an arm around my waist. An expensive-looking car pulls up in front of us. Damian helps me into the passenger side. I remember how to buckle as Damian starts the car. "Do you have 2 cars?" I ask. "No, The SUV was one of the pack's transportation vehicles, he says, driving past the big house, which I'm guessing is the pack house. Do you not live in the pack house? No, it got too noisy for me to concentrate on work, so I built a house of my own, he says. Also, so my mate and I can have some privacy. I see him wiggle his eyebrows at me, making me turn red. We pull up to a beautiful modern-style house. It looks so out of place in this forest. He parks the car in the driveway, and I hop out right away. We walk up to the front door together. He opens the door, and I step in. Whoa, it's gorgeous. I look around in awe. This is my dream house. It's super open-planned. Just from the main foyer, I can see some of the kitchen, the living room, a small bit of the dining room, and the backyard. The stairs are right next to me, and above me hangs a beautiful chandelier from the second story. The house is adorned with glass and dark wood. It is amazing. Would you like to go upstairs? Damian asks after I've been standing, looking around for a bit. Sure. I love this house, I compliment, following him up the stairs. He shows me a few guest bedrooms, which are gorgeous, and his office. Then he shows me the master bedroom, which is heaven. Directly in front of the bed is a huge glass wall showcasing the forest, but most importantly, the beach. I thought you would like the view. Damian smiles, lying down on the bed, putting his arm over his eyes. He looks so tired. I would ask him to take me to the beach, but he is exhausted. I go over to the bed, lying down next to him. Did you sleep at all while I was out? I ask as I move his arm so I can look at him. He shakes his head. No. Tell me where my clothes are, and then we can sleep. He points at a door, which I guess is the closet. I open it to find all my clothes hung up next to Damian's. I grab a pair of black running shorts, underwear, a bra, and a tank top. It is much hotter here than in the Royal Kingdom. I walk to the other door, hoping it's the bathroom. I was right. I quickly change. When I go back into the bedroom, Damian has changed into gray basketball pants and no shirt. Oh boy. He looks like he's already asleep, so I slip in beside him. I keep my distance, hoping not to wake him. Suddenly, I feel a muscular arm wrap around my waist, pulling me into his chest. Damian kisses my forehead and whispers, "Good night." Chapter 7. Ariana's Point of View. I slowly wake up, tangled in the sheets. I roll over and find my mate missing. His side is still warm, which means he left not too long ago. I start to sit up so I can find Damian, but I momentarily get distracted by the amazing view in front of me. The luscious trees stretching to the ocean, the beautiful blue water crashing onto the sand. I snap out of my trance and get out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold wood floors. I exit the bedroom and head downstairs. As I descend the stairs, I can see Damian in the kitchen. He's facing me, looking down at the frying pan on the stove, giving me a good look at his shirtless torso. He senses my presence, looking up at me. He gives me a warm smile as I walk over to him. Once I reach him, he pulls me into his arms. "Good morning, gorgeous." His morning voice is deep and smooth. I look down at the frying pan, seeing eggs and bacon. "Good morning, babe." I look back up at him. I threw in a nickname, which sort of scared me. He lightly purrs at it. "I have something special planned for today. I think you'll like it." He beams, picking up the spatula and moving around the bacon, still holding on to me. "Oh, I love surprises," I exclaim. I've never really had a surprise before, or at least a fun one. "Breakfast is almost ready. Do you want anything to drink?" he asks, letting me go. Walking to the fridge. "Just some water, thanks," I say, taking the water bottle he hands me. He gives me a plate of eggs and bacon. I go sit down by the counter while he makes some coffee. "Thank you for breakfast, Damian," I say, now eating my bacon. He sits down next to me with a plate of food and a mug of coffee. "You're welcome." "I wanted to make sure my mate was ready for the day," he says. We eat in a comfortable silence. When I'm done eating, I go to wash my plate, but Damian stops me. "A maid will clean it. Let's go get ready," he says, grabbing my hand and leading me upstairs. "Can we visit here once we're king and queen?" I ask, admiring the beautiful house. "Of course, we'll be king and queen. We'll do whatever we want." He smiles at me. "I know that, but can we keep this house for us?" I say, hoping he understands. Yeah, this will be our vacation house, he jokes, pulling me into our bedroom. Our. That sounds weird to say, but I like it. I need to shower before we go, I say, looking at Damian. Can I join? He smirks. Not yet, Alpha. I joke, causing his eyes to darken playfully. I walk over to the closet, only to be grabbed from behind by Damian. I squeal as he throws me onto the bed. I bounce a bit, giggling as Damian jumps on the bed next to me. He rolls over, hovering over me. Does the princess like being tickled? Damian asks, looking at me mischievously. My eyes widen in realization at what he's about to do. His fingers poke my sides, causing me to laugh uncontrollably. I try to fight against him, but he pins my hands above my head with one hand while the other tickles. After a few minutes of tickling, Damian starts pecking my face, my nose, my cheeks, my forehead, everything but my lips. Soon, I get desperate for him to kiss me. Ugh, just kiss me already, I exclaim. That seems to be all it takes for him to finally kiss me. It starts out as a sweet kiss, but slowly turns deeper. He swipes his tongue across my lip, asking for entrance, which I grant him. His tongue explores my mouth as he finally lets go of my hands and grabs my waist. My fingers run through his hair as our tongues battle for dominance. His lips then leave my mouth, traveling down to my neck. I lean my head back to give him more access. His lips feel so good on my skin. I've never felt like this before. He kisses around my neck until he finds what he was looking for. My sweet spot, the place where I would bear his mark. He places a soft kiss on it, and I feel like my head is going to explode at how much pleasure I feel from one kiss. He starts kissing and nipping at it. That's when I feel his canines brush my skin. I have no problem with him marking me, but all of a sudden, I get these haunting thoughts. Damian leaving me, the pack turning against me, my parents throwing me out of the kingdom. Hundreds of thoughts cloud my mind as I feel a tear fall down my face. I start crying as the thoughts keep coming. It starts to get hard to breathe. I can hear someone trying to talk to me, but all I hear are voices, and I can't make out what they're saying. I feel myself being enveloped in something warm. The thoughts slowly stop, and I start to calm down. I feel Damian's arms around me, him whispering, "I'm sorry," over and over again. As I become more aware of my surroundings, I realize I'm sitting on Damian's lap as he rubs my arms. I lean my head against his shoulder. "I'm fine, babe," I say, taking deep breaths. "I'm so sorry, Ariana. I should have known. I went to," he rambles, but I cut him off. "It's not your fault. I wanted you to mark me, but all of a sudden I had a panic attack," I say. "But I'm the one who triggered it. You seem to be in pain, and no matter what, I couldn't help you. I need to call the doctor and ask what we can do to help you," Damian says. About to get up from the bed. I've gotten over the panic attack. I used to get them in the kingdom. I am a bit embarrassed that Damian had to see me break down, but I'm over it. "Wait, what about my surprise?" I ask, stopping him from getting up. "Are you okay with leaving the house?" he asks, unsure if I'm truly okay. I've been locked up my whole life. As much as I love this house, I want to explore. I smile, pleading with my eyes. "Fine, go take a shower and get ready. I'm gonna call the doctor and then we can go," he says. I hop out of bed, grab my clothes, and head to the bathroom. I start the shower and do my routine. I get out of the shower, put on a pair of short overalls with a white shirt underneath and white sandals. I don't normally dress this casually. I blow dry my hair with a dryer I found under the sink. I walk out of the bathroom, looking for my toiletries bag. I see Damian sitting on the edge of the bed, wearing a gray short-sleeve shirt and black jeans. He is looking at his phone. "Damian, where is my bathroom bag?" I ask, leaning on the bathroom door frame. He looks up at me and smiles. "Well, don't you look beautiful? It's still in your suitcase," he says, grabbing his shoes. Once I have my bathroom bag, I finish getting ready. "All right, I'm ready," I say, walking out of the bathroom. I'm so excited to see what the surprise is. "Let's go, we're gonna walk," he says, grabbing my hand and leading me outside. He's carrying a backpack, which I guess has stuff we'll need. We start walking through the woods. I'm not quite sure which direction we're going. I start to hear water. "Wait, I think I know. Are you taking me to the beach?" I exclaim, grabbing his arm and stopping dead in my tracks. You guessed it. Come on, we're almost there. He smiles. I start jumping in excitement. I start jogging to the beach, Damian following. I start to hear the waves and the seagulls pushing me to run faster. Then all of a sudden, the trees clear, and I see the beautiful ocean. I stop at the edge of the forest, right before the sand starts. This is my dream, to feel the sand, swim in the water, and soak up the sun. But am I ready to fulfill my dream? Damian comes up behind me, smiling at the beach. Go. Live your dream, he says. I take off my shoes and slowly step onto the sand. It feels amazing under my toes. I keep walking, and soon the walk turns into a run. My goal, the water. I run until my feet touch the water, and then I freeze. This is more than I could have ever dreamt. It's amazing. I look back at Damian, seeing him walking towards me. Is it everything you thought it would be? He asks, standing in front of me. It's so much more. I smile, hugging him. He spins me around. We dance around for a bit until I realize something. I didn't bring a bathing suit. That's what's in the bag. Also, my swimming trunks and some snacks, he says, pulling me back to where he set the bag down. He hands me a bikini. I've never worn one before. How'd he get one? Where did you get this? I ask, holding it up. It's pretty a simple black bikini, nothing too revealing. My mom went and bought one. I hope it fits, he says, pulling his trunks out. You can go change behind a tree. I'll change out here. What if someone comes by? I say, shocked he's so comfortable changing out in the open. This is my private beach. No one else has access to it. He smirks, his alpha pride coming out. I go behind the tree and change. I walk back to see Damian setting out a blanket. I grab his hand and pull him into the water. Chapter 8. 1 month later. Ariana's point of view. Damian and I have fallen into a nice routine. We wake around the same time, make breakfast. Damian starts on pack work, and I help whenever I can. We eat lunch together, then head to the pack house for our royal training. Eat dinner with the pack, then watch the sunset at the beach. It's a good routine, though it changes every once in a while. Like today, I woke up very early, 5 a.m. to be exact. I try to fall back asleep but fail miserably. I decide to use my extra time wisely. I swiftly get out of bed, not waking Damian. I tiptoe out of our room and head downstairs. I go to the kitchen and make myself some tea. Since I've been here, I've become addicted to any kind of herbal tea. It's delicious. I walk to the living room and sit down on the couch, facing the huge glass wall. The wall features the beautiful forest, the sun barely peeking through the trees as it rises. I simply sit and drink my tea, the view taking my attention. I don't know how long I sit there, but soon my tea turns cold. I get up to go make some breakfast. As I'm getting all my ingredients out, I glance at the clock on the stove. It reads 7:45. Damian should be up soon. He said something last night about us going somewhere, but I was too tired to remember. I start with some eggs and bacon, making toast as well. As I start scrambling the eggs, I hear footsteps coming down the stairs. I look up to see my mate. He walks towards the bar stools, looking very tired. He rests his head in his hands. He's not a morning person. Good morning, Dam. I smile at him. Over the past couple of weeks, I've given him a nickname. At the sound of his name, his head pops up to look at me. Good morning, baby, he says, giving me a tired smile. Breakfast should be ready soon, I say, walking over to him. Once I'm standing next to him, he leans his head on my stomach. I run my fingers through his hair and I feel him dozing off. I then smell the eggs burning and rush over to the stove, causing Damian to fall forward and off the stool. Ah, he yells, falling. He hits the floor hard as I save the eggs from burning. He lifts his head and looks at me. He bursts his lip open. Damian, I say, the eggs long forgotten as I rush to the floor next to him. I examine him for any more cuts, but find none. Are you okay? Yeah, baby, I'm fine. It's just a cut lip. It'll heal, he says, pulling both of us off the ground. But I think your eggs are long gone. The smell of burnt eggs fills the kitchen. I look over to see them blackened, inedible. I turn off the stove and throw the eggs away. Why don't we go get breakfast at the pack house? Damian suggests, leaning against the counter. That would probably be smart. I laugh. We both get ready and start the 5-minute walk to the pack house. We have to travel to another pack today, Damian says, holding my hand. Why? If you don't mind me asking, I ask. We've spent a month together, but I'm in awe that I get to call this man my mate. I think it will always feel surreal. It's my uncle's pack. I'm thinking about having him or my cousin take over the pack when we leave, he states. I've heard him talking about who's going to take over the pack with his father before, but I didn't think they had any candidates yet. Oh, okay. How long will we be there? I ask, the pack house coming into view. A few days. It's far away, and we may have to negotiate with them, he says. If you don't want to come, you don't have to. Of course I want to come. I smile. We get close to the pack house. A few pups are running around in the front yard, and a few mothers are watching from the porch. I love the pack house, seeing all the families, all together, living happily. It's nothing like the kingdom, and I think that's why I like it. We walk into the pack house and towards the dining hall. A few people are shocked to see us, and a few were expecting it. Damian takes his seat at the head of the table, and I take mine to his right. Across from me is Dante, who gives me a kind smile. Breakfast went well. It was delicious as always. Whenever I get the chance, I thank the kitchen staff. Damian and I head back to our house to pack what we need for the trip. Dante is staying here to watch over the pack since Damian's parents are coming with us. I pack a few outfits in a small suitcase and pack all my necessities. Once I'm ready to go, Damian walks out of the bathroom, freshly shaved and showered. His hair is still wet, making him look 10 times hotter. Are you ready to go? He asks, zipping up his duffel bag. Yep, I say, grabbing my suitcase. I start to walk down the stairs, but I'm stopped when my suitcase is taken out of my hands. Damian leaves me at the top of the stairs as he carries my bag down and out the front door. I follow him outside, seeing an expensive-looking car. Damian is putting our bags in the trunk. I see Katharina, Damian's mother, and Bradford, Damian's father. We're riding with them, since it will be less of a hassle. Hello, Ariana. Katharina smiles at me. She comes up and gives me a hug. Good to see you, Katharina, I say. She always insists that I call her by her first name, which seems disrespectful, but I'd be disrespecting her if I didn't. We'd better get going. It's a long ride, Damian says, walking over to us. He grabs my hand, pulling me towards the car. We take the back seat while Damian's parents sit in the front. As we begin our journey, we stay in a comfortable silence, Damian playing with my fingers as I lay my head on his shoulder. We drive for a few hours through the forest. We stop to get gas and a few snacks. I walk into the gas station with Katharina. I grab whatever looks good. I'm not really used to junk foods. We rarely had it in the kingdom, and I've only seen some of this stuff in the pack house. Damian asked for a Coca-Cola and Doritos, but I have no clue what those are. Katharina, do you mind helping me get what Damian wants? I'm not sure what they are, I ask, holding some Oreos, a food that was always at the pack house, and a bag of chips that looked good. Sure, honey. What did he want? She says. She is so sweet. She must have been an amazing Luna. He asked for Coca-Cola and Doritos, I say, trying to remember his exact words. Alrighty. Have you never had a Coke before? She asks, walking over to a fridge. No, the castle hardly ever has junk food of any sort, I state, watching as she grabs 2 red bottles. Well, now you get to try it. She smiles, then grabs a red bag of chips and heads to the cashier. All of this, please. She pays for the snacks and carries them back to the car. I slide into the back with Damian. I give him the food, and he thanks me. Damian and I start watching a movie on his laptop, both of us with one earphone in. I snack on the food while watching. I taste the Coke and have to say, it's pretty good. Halfway through the movie, I fall asleep. When I wake up, I find myself lying on Damian's lap. I look up to find him with his eyes closed, but running his fingers through my hair. I slowly sit up. I look out the window to see a huge gate coming up. Damian, get up! I whisper yell at him. His eyes shoot open. But then he sees where we are and calms down. Are we there? Yep. Now I'm going back to sleep, he says, laying his head on my lap, dozing off. Chapter 9. Ariana's point of view. As we approach the huge pack house, the few pack members around start whispering and pointing at me. Ever since I was announced to the world, every pack has had a different reaction. Some are accepting, such as Damian's pack, and some are like my parents, ashamed to have a female in line for the throne. I wonder how this pack will react. I can't tell if they're happy to see me or shocked. Damian and Bradford lead us into the pack house as Katharina and I follow behind. The house looks about the same as any pack house, nothing special about it. We walk into a rather big office. I see a man slightly resembling Bradford. This must be Damian's uncle. How nice to see you again, brother, the man says, giving Bradford a hug. I'm almost hidden behind Damian. I don't think the man can see me. Most people greet me first because of my status, which I don't like. So most of the time I hide behind Damian when meeting new people. It helps my anxiety in these stressful situations. You too, Jonah, Bradford says. Katharina gives Jonah a hug, and then Damian moves to give him a hug as well. Jonah peeks over Damian's shoulder at me, his face turning into a scowl. How dare you bring this girl here? Jonah quickly pulls away from Damian, pointing a finger at me, his face now enraged. I look to Damian to see his face twisted in confusion. What do you mean? Bradford asks, just as confused as Damian. She's a disgrace to the royal family. She should be a rogue, Jonah says. Flashbacks of my parents yelling those same words at me every day flood my mind. You should have never been born. I can't believe you're my daughter. You're so ugly. You ruined my life the day you were born. Every single insult they ever said to me starts running through my mind. I feel my throat start to close up and my eyes start to water. I need to get out of here, I whisper, running out of the office and outside. I run past the pack members and into the woods. I keep running until my legs give out. The tears run down my face. It's so hard to breathe. Everything was perfect. I was away from my parents. I had a loving mate, and I was happy. All good things come to an end, I guess. I slowly calm down from my panic attack, taking deep breaths, leaning up against a tree. Snap. I hear a twig snap. My head whips in that direction, and I see a young man around my age jogging towards me. I back up as far as I can against the tree. He slows down as he reaches me and squats down to my level. What are you doing out here by yourself? He asks. It eases me to know he doesn't see me as a threat. I look up at him, and his face turns to shock. Great. Now he's going to yell insults at me, too. Your Highness, I'm so sorry. He stands up straight and bows to me. Wait, this is different. There's no need to bow, I say, standing up. I'm Conrad, Damian's cousin, he says, sticking his hand out for me to take. Nice to meet you, Conrad. I smile, shaking his hand. You're Ariana, Damian's mate, right? He asks. Yes. Sorry for not introducing myself. I blush. I'm still working on common stuff, like introducing myself. If you don't mind me asking, why are you out here? He says, leaning against a tree. Oh, I didn't want to tell him and insult his father. I was having a panic attack. It better not have been from my father. He doesn't get your situation at all. He sighs, running a hand through his hair. Well, it sorta is. I cringe. Why did I say that? I knew it. Ugh. He can't keep his mouth shut. Conrad groans, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Let's go back to the pack house. I'll make sure my father doesn't disrespect you again, he says as he starts walking towards the pack house. I can't believe he's not like his father. Thank you. I appreciate it, I say quietly. No problem. You're my future queen. He smiles. Why are you being so nice to me? The pack hates me. Why don't you? I boldly say. I understand your situation. The pack only sees you as a disgrace. They don't see that you didn't have a choice, that you have to follow the elders' laws, he says. Why can't everyone be like him? As I'm about to reply, we walk out of the woods, the pack house in sight. I see a worried Damian run towards me, full speed. When he reaches me, he scoops me up in a hug. spinning me around. "I'm so sorry about my uncle. We didn't know he'd be like this," Damian whispers in my ear, still holding me. I pull away from Damian, smiling at him, happy to know he's here. "Good to see you, Damian," Conrad says. Damian's head whips in his direction. "You too, Conrad," Damian says, exchanging a bro hug with him. It Deverets. "You have bewitched me, body and soul, and I love, love, love you," Mr. Darcy said. Oh, how I love Pride and Prejudice. I've read it many times, but I never seem to get tired of it. Sitting on a couch in the guest room Damian and I are staying in, I continue reading. But I am soon stopped when Damian walks into the room, slamming the door shut behind him. He storms over to the bed and furiously falls back against it. He pulls at his hair, squeezing his eyes shut, letting out a frustrated groan. I walk over to him, run my fingers through his hair, gently pulling his own hands from yanking his hair out. I lean down and place a kiss on his forehead. "What happened?" I ask, trying to get him to open up. Conrad and Damian have made sure that I've stayed away from Damian's uncle. I wanted to go to the meeting Damian just went to, but Damian's possessive wolf side came out. My uncle doesn't believe Conrad is fit to lead a pack, and the worst part is my father agrees, he says in rage, sitting up. He turns so that he's facing me. "Isn't it yours and Conrad's choice, not theirs?" I ask. Ever since I started royal training, I've had a desire to be a part of the pack more. "It is, but they're still our parents. We have to listen to them," he says, holding in his rage. "I'm sure everything will turn out the way the moon goddess plans," I say, grabbing his hand, lacing his fingers with mine. He looks up at me, staring for a bit. "How did I get you as a mate? I'm so lucky." Damian smiles, pressing a kiss to my cheek. I blush, smiling to myself. "Can we get out of this room? It's getting stuffy," I say, gesturing to the room. "Yeah, come on," Damian says, grabbing my hand and pulling me out of the room. We walk around the pack house for a bit, walking past the training field where a group of soldiers runs laps, while Conrad seems to be leading them. I think he would make a good alpha. He deserves it. We keep on walking. As we reach the front door to the pack house, a young boy comes running up to me. "Are you Princess Ariana?" he asks, panting. He couldn't be older than 13. "Yes, why?" I ask, squeezing Damian's hand. "The king and queen have a message for you," he says, handing me an envelope. "Your Highness." He bows as he runs off. I open the envelope, unfolding the paper and reading. "Dear Ariana, this is your mother, Queen Scarlatine. I am sending this to inform you that your father has fallen ill. The doctors are not sure how long he has to live. I need you and your mate to return to the kingdom immediately. If your father shall die before your coronation day, you and your mate will be crowned king and queen. No questions asked, no excuses. I will see you soon. Your Queen." Chapter 10. Ariana's Point of View. "Conrad will not be Alpha, and that's final," Bradford yells across the conference room. Once I received the letter from my mother, we were quickly rushed into a meeting to decide who would be the alpha of Damian's pack. I haven't had much say since I've been trying to take in the information about my father. How did he get so ill, so quickly? Damian and his father continue arguing about the situation. We had to get this resolved as soon as possible, so I could get to the kingdom. There was this tiny voice in the back of my head nagging at me to stand up and use my royal command on them. I believed that Conrad would make a good alpha, seeing him sitting quietly across from me. I could tell he wanted to be alpha, but didn't want to argue. I know Damian wants him to take over his pack. I finally listened to that nagging voice by standing up abruptly. "Conrad will become the alpha of the Blue Crescent pack. As your future queen, that is the final decision." I bark, using my royal command. I don't know what came over me, but it seemed to do the trick. Everyone submitted to me, except Damian, who smiled proudly next to me. "Very well then. Ariana and I will be leaving for the kingdom shortly," Damian says, grabbing my hand and pulling me out of the room. We head to our guest room to get our bags. As I walk in, I see a decent-sized box sitting on the bed, wrapped in the royal colors and stamped with the royal stamp. I open it to find a dress and my tiara inside. As much as I loved my tiara and dressing like a princess, it was nice not to have to worry about that at Blue Crescent. I could wear whatever I wanted and just be a Luna without the cameras and fame of being the princess. I pull it out and quickly go change in the bathroom. I do a simple hairstyle and place my tiara on just like Soraya used to. I walk out to see Damian in a suit, looking mighty fine. I lick my lips as I look him over. He does the same to me. I walk over to the full-length mirror, looking at myself. I really do look like a princess. I guess this is my life now, I say, adjusting my tiara. I'll be with you every step of the way, Damian smiles, hugging me from behind. We lock eyes in the mirror until he buries his head in my neck. Our car is here. We head downstairs to the front of the house. I see Conrad waiting for us next to a black limo. Damian's parents are staying here to finish the process of Conrad becoming Alpha. Thank you, Your Highness, for everything you've done and are going to do, Conrad says, grabbing my hand and bowing. There's no need to bow. I'm not a queen. I laugh, pulling him up from his bow. But you will be soon. He smiles, placing a kiss on my hand. I hear a growl come from behind me, undoubtedly from my mate. It was a pleasure to meet you, Conrad. Until we meet again, I say as Damian pulls me into the limo. As soon as my door is shut, the car starts moving. You're sounding more like a queen every day, Damian says, holding my hand. I blush, leaning on his shoulder. It felt so nice to know that I had someone always there to take care of me and to spend time with. I'm scared to go back to the kingdom, I blurt out unexpectedly. I was living in a state of bliss with Damian, and I didn't want to go back to reality. Why? Not much has changed, Damian says, rubbing my arm. I'm scared to face my mother. I haven't seen her since I met you. I'm scared of how she's going to react. I'm scared of how the kingdom is going to react. I'm scared to see my father dying. I'm scared to become queen. I rant. I take a deep breath, calming myself down. It's okay, baby. I'm sure the kingdom will love you. What's not to love? You're going to be an amazing queen. You have nothing to worry about because I'll be there to make sure everything goes perfectly, Damian says, kissing my forehead. I'm still scared about my parents, though. I sigh, thinking about them. They're your parents. You'll always be scared of them, Damian jokes. Not helping, I say, playfully punching him in the arm. We laugh together. His laugh is one of the most beautiful sounds ever. In Marmont, 4 hours later, we slowly drive through the royal village, looking at all the people and shops. It is so different from what I saw through the windows of the castle. People have gathered in the streets to welcome me back home. They all seem so happy to see me. Maybe Damian was right. As we enter the castle gate, I can't help but stare at the beautiful castle in front of me. I feel a sense of happiness to be home. Don't get me wrong, I loved Damian's pack and can't wait to go back. But something about being here makes me feel comfortable. The car stops in front of the huge front doors. I see maid Soraya waiting for me by the doors. I quickly rush out of the car and run, as best as I can in heels, to hug Soraya. Her arms wrap around me as I squeeze her as if my life depended on it. Oh, I missed you so much, I exclaim, pulling away to hold her at arm's length, smiling at her. I missed yo. Ariana! I hear a sharp voice scold me. I look inside the castle to see my mother standing at the end of the staircase. She's dressed in her usual formal dress and heels with her crown on. The only difference between her and me is that she has layers of makeup on, making her look almost unrecognizable. I look back at Damian. He mouths go. I smile and walk into the castle towards my mother. It's nice to see you again, Mother, I politely say, hoping to show her my royal training. Royal training seems to be doing you some good, she smirks, looking over my clothing. I quite enjoy the training. It's delightful. I smile, trying to be polite and proper, just like my royal teacher tells me. But you still don't get the idea of wearing makeup, my mother says, laying a finger under my chin to examine my face. How does your mate deal with such an ugly girl like you? May I see, Father? I ask, disregarding her comment, deciding it is better to say nothing. I suppose so. Follow me. My mother strides up the stairs. I quickly follow behind. It is so weird to be back in the castle. I got used to the small house with Damian. My mother leads me to the emergency aid room of the castle. No one ever used it. My father must be very sick if he can't even be in his own bed. We walk into the room, and I see Dr. Burton walk out from behind a curtain. "Oh, your majesties, the king just awakened," he says, pulling back the curtain. There he was. My father, more like a shell of my father. He looked pale and sickly thin. I couldn't believe this was my father. "Ariana, you're home." He weakly smiles at me. I walk over to his bedside. He is hooked up to a bunch of machines. How is this my father? He was the big, strong Alpha King. "Hi, father," I say, sitting in the chair next to his bed. "You've grown up so much. You look like a queen." He smiles, grabbing my hand. My mother disappeared from the room, and Dr. Burton is filling out some paperwork. My father and I talk for a bit about Damian, his pack, and our plan for the future kingdom. "I'm so lucky to have a wonderful daughter to take over once I pass," my father says, tearing up. "He was rude to me all my life, and now it seems as though this illness has somehow changed him." "Oh, Fath," I get cut off again. But this time, not by my mother. This time, by 2 guards. "Princess Ariana, Her Majesty the Queen, requests your presence in the throne room," one of the guards says, looking stiff. I forgot that the guards and maids talk like this to royals. When I was growing up, most of them didn't know I was the princess. And if they did, they were close enough to me not to use this formal vocabulary. I only ever heard people talk like this to my parents. Now that they were talking to me like this, it is a bit of a shock. "Goodbye, father," I say, leaning over to press a kiss to his forehead. I follow the 2 guards out of the emergency room. My heels click against the marble floors as we walk through the castle. I always thought the guards' uniforms looked so beautiful. The royal blue color matched with the strong gold. The 2 guards led me into the throne room. I catch a whiff of that magnificent scent that I've learned to adore. My eyes quickly lock with my mates across the room, his eyes lighting up. My mother sits on her throne. My father's is long gone. The guards disappear as I walk next to Damian, standing in front of my mother. "Where is father's throne?" I ask, grabbing Damian's hand. "He won't be using it again, so I've decided to have it thrown away." My mother brushes off. How could she do that? For every king past, his throne was sacred. It meant so much to the pack as it was something that was never passed on. Each king had a different throne that represented his promises to the pack. Every throne was kept in the royal museum. How could she do this? What? Mother, that is sacred to the pack, the kingdom. Do you know what you've done? I shout at my mother. Did she even ask the elders? It was my choice. Now shut up, my mother shouts at me. Damian grips my hand, trying not to lunge at my mother for yelling at me and destroying the king's throne. Do the elders know what you've done? I shout, ready to run to tell the elders of what she's done. They don't need to know. They're old fools anyway. My mother scoffs. That's it. The elders will know of your crimes, I yell, rushing to the elder hall of the castle. Chapter 11. Ariana's Point of View. I storm into the elders' meeting room. Furious because of my mother, Damian rushes in behind me, grabbing my hand. Elders, I come to you with news of the queen, I say, trying to remember how I'm supposed to speak to the elders. Princess Ariana, it is a pleasure to see you back in the castle, Elder Reese says. What is this news, Ariana? Elder Charlie asks. He's the oldest of all the elders. My mother, the queen, had the audacity to demolish the king's throne, I state, waiting for a response. A few gasps are heard throughout the room. Guards, bring me the queen, Elder Charlie roughly states, glaring at the guards. Princess Ariana, do you know why she did such a thing? Elder Gaia asks, giving me a sympathetic look. She always seemed to feel bad for me and what my parents had done. She said, he was never going to use it again. I don't know anything else, I say, starting to feel intimidated by the elders. I hear a scream come from outside the door. Soon, the door bursts open and 2 guards are holding my struggling mother. They set her down next to me, leaving the room and closing the doors behind them. This is all your fault. I should have given you away. You will never be my daughter. My mother sneers in my face. This is nothing out of the usual. This is normal. Princess Ariana and Alpha Damian, please return to your chambers, Elder Charlie says. Damian and I quickly obey. We walk out of the room and towards my bedroom. Damian seems to be fuming but trying to cover it up. "What's wrong, Dam?" I ask, squeezing his hand. "It's nothing," he says. But a growl slips through. I decide to try to get him to open up when we get to my room. We just happen to arrive at my door. It feels foreign to be here. I slowly open the door and walk in. It's just as I left it. Nothing seems to have changed. I see our suitcases next to the bed. Damian takes a seat on my love seat in front of my bed. He seems to still be upset. I plop down next to him. "Damian, please tell me what's wrong," I say, grabbing his hand and rubbing his arm with the other. He blankly stares at the TV across from him. "Your mother is so cruel," Damian says, finally opening up. "I know. How did you grow up with her? How do you take her insults like nothing?" he asks, growling. "Because they are nothing. Her insults are my normal. I got used to it and try not to let it bother me," I say. "I've never actually told anyone how I felt about my mother." "Is your father like that?" Damian asks. "Yeah, sometimes he was worse. I remember when I was younger, all I wanted was to impress my father. I pushed myself so hard. I finished my education at 13. I've read almost every book in the library. I learned 3 languages, and I learned everything I could. But no matter what, I could never impress him," I say, a stray tear running down my cheek. "Oh, Ariana, I'm so sorry," Damian says, wrapping his arms around me. "Today, when I went to see him, he seemed so proud," I say. "I feel like he's actually my father now." Damian just holds me. I think that's all I needed right now, for him to hold me. Into the races. 1 week later. "Princess, we are going to have to speed up your training. We don't have much time till the coronation," my royal instructor tells me. She's currently reviewing me on the royal laws. Let me catch you up on the past week. The elders officially overthrew my mother from the throne, keeping her securely guarded in her chambers, leaving the throne empty until the coronation. Any serious matters that come to us go straight to my father, who is getting weaker every day. I'm not sure how much longer he has left. Because the throne is now empty, Damian's and my coronation has now been moved up to 2 weeks from today. If my father passes away before the coronation date, Damian and I will be crowned king and queen the day after. "I know, Madam Eliza," I say whilst getting fitted for my coronation dress. The seamstress is poking and measuring me, making me uncomfortable. Madam Eliza is very stressed over her 2-week deadline. I've hardly gotten a break from her. I keep getting quizzed and measured until I see my handsome mate walk into our room. "Don't you look beautiful?" He smiles, walking over to give me a peck on the cheek. Over the past week, Damian and I have grown extremely close. I feel like I know everything about him, and vice versa. "Thank you. Did you finish training for today?" I ask, flinching as I get poked with a needle. "Yes, and you're done too. You ladies may leave now," Damian says. Both of them pack up their supplies and leave. "I still had stuff to do with them, babe," I say, placing my coronation dress in the closet. "I don't care. I wanted to spend time with you." He smiles, grabbing my waist and pulling me close to him. He leans down to kiss me. As our lips connect, I can tell this is no sweet peck. He holds hunger and lust behind this kiss, and I love it. I return the passion, running my fingers through his hair as his hands run up and down my sides. I feel him bite my lip, signaling he wants me to let him in. I decide to play with him a bit and deny his request. He continues to bite my lip and tries to force my mouth open, quickly getting frustrated. He suddenly gets fed up, and his hands move down, giving my ass a squeeze. Out of shock, I gasp, glaring at him. He takes this chance to kiss me again, his tongue taking advantage of my shock and exploring my mouth. Damian starts walking backward, pulling me with him. We soon fall back onto the bed, still making out. Damian rolls over so that he is hovering above me. We continue making out until Damian pulls away. Straddling my hips, he sits up and pulls his shirt off. His mouth-watering torso exposed to me, so close, makes me want to mark him so bad. He leans back down, kissing my neck, finding my sweet spot. He kisses where he's supposed to mark me, and I can't help but moan out loud. "Let mate mark you." I hear a strange voice in my head, as I had heard before. I want Damian to mark me. I want to truly become his. He keeps kissing and sucking on my neck. I can't hold back anymore. Oh, just mark me, Damian, I moan, throwing my head back. That's all it took for him. He plunges his canines into my skin. Immediately, I feel a horrific pain, none like I've ever felt before. I scream as Damian stills, holding his teeth in the mark. As seconds go by, the pain slowly changes into pleasure. Tingling erupts all over my body. Damian slowly pulls his teeth out, licking the wound. A mate's saliva heals the mark, sealing it forever. Once it's sealed, Damian presses a quick kiss to it before pulling back to look at me. "Are you okay?" he asks, staring at me. "I'm amazing. I feel incredible." I smile, pulling him down for a kiss, but we get interrupted by a knock at the door. "Ignore it," Damian mumbles through the kiss, trying to start another makeout session. I try to ignore it, focusing on Damian, until another knock sounds. I need to answer it. I need to see who it is. It's probably just maid Soraya, I say, pushing Damian off of me. I rush to the door, trying to fix my hair. I open the door to see a guard. "Why is he here?" "Yes?" I ask, barely opening the door so he can only see me, not my half-naked mate. "I have urgent news. I regret having to give you this, but the king has sadly passed away a few minutes ago," he says, looking down. "We need you and your mate to make the announcement." I stand there in shock. How could he have died so suddenly? The doctor said he had a month left. My father is dead. "Thank you. You may leave now," I state, looking at the guard. I close the door, leaning against the back. I sink down to the floor, staring at the wall. "Baby, what's wrong? Are you okay, Ariana?" Damian rushes over to me, grabbing my hands. I look over at him. He looks so worried. "My father is dead," I choke out, holding in my tears. "We have to make the announcement soon." "Baby, come here. The announcement can wait," he says, pulling me into a hug. I sit in his arms for a little bit, just taking it all in. "We need to announce his death. It can't wait. We're about to be king and queen. We have duties now." "Get ready," I firmly say, walking to the closet. Leaving him on the ground, I feel bad for being rude, but we have duties. I quickly get dressed in the classic morning gown. Our kingdom has a tradition. The kingdom members and upcoming king wear black when a royal dies. But the upcoming queen wears a classic white dress to represent how she is the stronghold of the kingdom. I walk into the bathroom to see Damian in an all-black suit, styling his hair. I do my makeup and fix my hair. As I'm placing my tiara on my head, Damian comes up behind me. As he hugs me, he whispers, "Are you sure you're okay, eh?" That's the first time he's used that nickname. I know I wasn't okay, but I wasn't going to let that out yet. I'm going to stay strong until I'm safe in my own privacy. "I'll be fine. Let's just get this over with," I say, pulling Damian with me out of the room. We head to the balcony, meeting Soraya and a few elders right outside of it. The balcony is at the very front of the castle, looking over the area where the village is allowed to enter. I can hear the crowd standing outside the doors leading to the balcony. "I'm sorry for your loss, your majesties," Soraya says, bowing towards us. "You do know what to say, princess?" Elder Charlie asks. "Yes, I have it memorized," I say, going over the royal death speech that I was required to memorize. "Then you seem ready. Damian, if you would like to add anything, you may," Elder Charlie says, leading me to the balcony. I stop right before the doors, and the guards wait for my signal to open them. I take a deep breath, trying to prepare myself for the crowd. Damian somehow senses my anxiety rising as he grabs my hand and gives it a reassuring squeeze. I lock eyes with him. I can see the concern in his eyes, the tears in my eyes pushing him to worry even more. I force a smile on my face while Damian grabs my chin to rub his thumb across my trembling lips. He pulls my head to him and places a kiss on my forehead, causing me to close my eyes as a stray tear slips down my cheek. As Damian pulls away, I look back up to him. He gives me a sad smile and wipes the tear away. He whispers, "You've got this. You're so strong," to me, giving me a boost of confidence. I signal the guards to open the doors. The crowd quiets down as Damian and I slowly walk onto the balcony. The whole village is here, waiting to hear my news. I feel my anxiety rising. Ladies and gentlemen of the royal village, I come to you today with the terrible news of my father, King Richard of the Werewolf Kingdom's death. He passed away from a rare sickness that could not be cured. We are all devastated by his death, but we must continue our lives, as that is what he would wish for. We cannot leave the throne empty, so tomorrow evening, my maid and I's coronation will take place. The crowd starts to cheer, causing my anxiety to skyrocket. I start to feel overwhelmed. I start hyperventilating. Damian notices and quickly takes over for me. We are glad you are pleased with our coronation. Till tomorrow, he finishes, rushing me off the balcony. As soon as I'm past the doors, I bolt to my bedroom, hyperventilating, almost blacking out, having an anxiety attack. Chapter 12. Ariana's point of view. As I sit on the shower floor, I can't hold it in anymore. I've been pushing my feelings down, and I need to let them out. I feel the tears roll down my face with the droplets of water. I feel the pain of losing my father, the stress of becoming queen. A sob breaks through my body as I pull my knees up to my chin. It feels like I just started to get my father to become my father, but then he was ripped away from me. I'm not ready to be queen. My mother was right. She should have given me away. I'm going to fail the kingdom. I'll soon be overthrown. Why did I ever think I could do this? Ariana? Baby, where are you? I hear Damian in our bedroom. I ignore him, hoping he'll leave. He didn't deserve to deal with a mate like this. He deserved a strong, powerful mate who didn't need to hide in a shower and cry. I hear his footsteps become closer. Ariana, you know I can feel where you are, and I can sense your feelings now that I marked you, right? I hear him say through the bathroom door. I forgot about that part. I see him slowly open the bathroom door through the foggy glass of the shower. I stand up from the bottom of the shower, tears still running down my face. What do you want, Damian? I say coldly. Are you okay? He asks. I give him no reply. Screw this. I feel another wave of anxiety and grief run over me. My breathing becomes quick, and thoughts cloud my head. A sob racks my body as I hear clothes shuffling, then soon see the shower door opening. My mate steps in, naked, might I add. My eyes shoot straight to his, not daring to look any further down. As soon as he sees me, he wraps me in a hug, which causes me to break down even more. He runs his fingers through my wet hair as I sob into his shoulder. It's okay, baby. Everything will be all right, he whispers, holding me. No, it's not. I'm not ready to be queen. I need my father back, I sob, clutching him tighter to me. Stop lying. You're going to be an amazing queen, he says, pressing a kiss to my forehead. I want my father back. He was starting to change, I cry. Ariana, this is a part of life. We will go through hard times, but the important part is that we help each other through everything. Damian puts his hands on either side of my face, pulling my head up to look at him. I hate seeing you like this. Kiss, mate, pleasey. I hear the voice in my head, but it's louder now. This voice always seems to give me the courage to do anything. So I place a kiss on Damian's lips. Ah, mate is so tasty, the voice says again. It's never said anything like that before. Hello, Ariana. My name is Kaiden. I'm your wolf. Wait, what? I quickly push Damian away and clutch my head. Did I finally get my wolf? Yes, you did. I've never been able to reach you like this before, but Mate's mark made it possible. Ariana, why are you scared? Damian frantically says, grabbing my arms. I got my wolf, I say breathlessly, staring at Damian. And for more. Can you explain to me why you didn't get your wolf till now? Damian asks. I am now sitting in our bed, sometimes communicating with Kaiden, as Damian sits at my feet, asking me about my wolf. He says his wolf can feel mine, but he can't feel my wolf, and vice versa. The royal doctor said that I wouldn't get my wolf until I met my mate, and even then, it may not happen. So when I met you, I never really thought about how I didn't get my wolf. I started to hear a little voice in my head saying, small stuff. But today I found out that little voice is my wolf. She says you marking me caused us to be able to connect. Have you shifted? Damian asks. Once, when I turned 16. But I can't know, I say. A pang of sadness hits me as I remember how embarrassed my parents were, that I couldn't shift. Don't worry, mate is all we need now. We don't need parents, Kaiden says, jumping around my head like a bunny. I look up at Damian. His eyes show a look of sympathy. He grabs my leg and pulls me into his lap. I snuggle into his warm chest, wrapping my arms around his torso. Do you think I'll make a good king? Damian whispers, almost like he's scared to ask. You'll be amazing. The kingdom will love you. I smile, placing a kiss on his chest. Are you okay? Are you happy becoming king? It's nerve-wracking, for sure. This was something I had never really wanted until I met you. I always had wants to change the choices your father made, but I never actually saw myself doing it, you know? He says, playing with my hair. You are going to be an amazing king. You were practically made for it, I reassure him. Those royal balls and social events are going to take a lot of getting used to, though. I have never enjoyed attending those, but having a gorgeous queen on my arm might make things better. And that's how we peacefully fell asleep. I am woken up by a loud knock on my door and strong, warm arms engulfing me in Damian's embrace. A deep groan comes after. What do they want now? Damian says, his morning voice peeking through. I feel the warmth of his arms leave as the bed dips. I open my eyes to see Damian's bare, muscled back walking towards the door. I can't help but stare at the beauty that is my mate. I don't have a chance to tell him to put a shirt on by the time he opens the door and starts talking to whoever is behind it. I slowly get out of bed and walk up behind Damian. I see a guard outside the door. I wrap my arms around Damian's waist, just peeking over his shoulder. Everything is ready, we just need you two, the guard says. He's talking about the coronation. It's today. Thank you, you're dismissed, Damian says, closing the door. All right, baby. Are you ready? I don't think I'll ever be, I say, hugging him tighter. You're gonna do great. Let's get ready, he says, pulling me into the closet. I grab my coronation dress and head to the bathroom to change. The coronation dress I picked was actually my grandmother's dress, but I had a few alterations made to make it a bit of my own. From what I've heard, my mother hated all of my grandmother's traditions and heirlooms. She had her own crown and gowns made when she became queen. The crown and coronation gown have always been passed down since the very first coronation. I'm glad to be able to use my ancestors' heirlooms and keep the tradition. I slip on gold heels and do my hair. I carefully put on my tiara. Today, I will exchange it for the royal crown. I walk out of the bathroom to see Damian dressed and ready to go. You look gorgeous, Ariana, he says, pulling me into a kiss. I smile into the kiss. He truly gives me confidence in becoming queen. He looks quite dashing in his navy blue suit, fitted perfectly for him. I will never get used to how perfect he looks in a suit. Are you ready? I say, pulling away from the kiss. As ready as I can get, he says, pulling me out of our bedroom. We walk hand in hand towards the throne room. Overnight, the servants of the castle worked. They sent invitations to all the alphas and high-ranking wolves. They set up the ballroom ready for the after-party. The maids filled the room with chairs for all of our guests and managed to set up a whole stage for our coronation. The number of maids and servants running around the castle was hectic. They all managed to pull off a royal coronation overnight and were more ready for it than I am. Damian and I head to the overhead room above the throne room. This room was generally used for guards to watch over the king and queen. We both look through the small window, looking over the crowd. Every Alpha and Luna are here. Hundreds of camera crews and photographers are stuffed at the back of the gigantic room. It is custom for the coronation to be broadcast for all wolves to see. I spot Conrad and Damian's parents. They look so happy. Look, it's your family in the front row, I exclaim to Damian, pointing at them. You mean our family, my love. What's mine is yours, he sweetly says, placing a kiss on my temple. We stay there for a few more minutes, pointing out different people we recognize or think have funny outfits. Our people watching is interrupted by Elder Charlie. The ceremony is about to start, he says. I look at Damian. He squeezes my hand and smiles at me. Here we go. Chapter 13. All rise to welcome Princess Ariana and Alpha Damian. Elder Charlie says as the large crowd stands up and applauds their future king and queen. Alpha Damian steps onto the stage first, leading Princess Ariana up behind him. The couple walks towards the center of the stage where Elder Charlie is standing. The crowd settles down, and soon the only sound to be heard is the click of cameras from the paparazzi. As you all know, our king passed away last night, leaving the throne empty. Today, we will be crowning a new king and queen, Elder Charlie announces. The crowd comes alive again, with sounds of applause. Princess Ariana and Alpha Damian both stand across from each other, holding hands as Elder Charlie begins the ceremony. He grabs the ancient royal dagger and walks toward the couple. Elder Charlie takes Princess Ariana's hand first, since she is of royal blood. Princess Ariana of the Werewolf Kingdom, do you pledge your life to fulfill your duty as queen, to protect your people, your mate, and keep them healthy? I do, Princess Ariana says with no hesitation. Elder Charlie then makes a ceremonial cut on her palm with the royal dagger. The dagger is believed to be connected to the moon goddess, so whoever does the coronation ceremony correctly will become king and queen. Alpha Damian of the Blue Crescent Pack, do you willingly give up your role as Alpha and pledge your life to fulfill your duty as king, to protect your people, your mate, and keep them healthy? I do, Alpha Damian says, his palm receiving the same ceremonial cut. Now, to seal the ceremony with the moon goddess and your wolves, please interlock hands, Elder Charlie says. Both the princess and Alpha Damian clasp each other's hands. Their blood mixes, sealing them as mates forever and connecting them with the moon goddess. Elder Charlie grabs the king's crown. Alpha Damian bows towards him as the crown is placed on his head. Elder Charlie does the same with Princess Ariana. He grabs their interlocked hands, raising them towards the sky. I announce to you for the first time, King Damian and Queen Ariana of the Werewolf Kingdom. It's day. The after-party in the ballroom is in full swing, with people dancing and chatting. It is a beautiful sight, especially from the seat of the throne. Ariana and Damian were sadly stuck on the small stage, receiving gifts and congratulations from different alphas and guests. Thank you very much, Ariana says, smiling at the few villagers who had come to congratulate the couple. Ariana could tell that Damian was becoming a bit restless after standing there for over an hour. Just before another couple comes to congratulate them, Damian pulls over his beta, Dante. I'm sorry, but I'm going to steal the queen for a bit. My beta will be taking our place, Damian says to the next couple, pulling Ariana off the stage. Damian, you can't just throw Dante into it unprepared, Ariana whisper yells at him. It's fine. I mind-linked him ahead of time, Damian says. Besides, I wanted to spend some time with my queen. We have royal duties to fulfill, Damian, Ariana says as he pulls her closer to the dance floor. They can wait till tomorrow. But for now, let's dance, Damian smirks, pulling her into a waltz. You know I can't dance, Ariana says. I also know you were forced to learn how as part of your royal training. Damian laughs as she dances perfectly with him. Dante looks so happy with his mate, Ariana says, looking back at Dante accepting gifts with his mate by his side. They were best friends before they were mates, Damian says, smiling at his beta. Really? They seem perfect for each other, Ariana says, leaning into Damian more. Just like you and me, Damian says, placing a kiss on her cheek. A fast-paced song comes on while Damian and Ariana join in on the classical dance that the whole ballroom is doing. Ariana laughs out of pure joy. Damian can't help but smile and stare at the beauty of his mate. Let's get something to drink, Ariana says, pulling Damian off the dance floor. They both take a glass of wine from a waiter and head up to one of the balconies of the ballroom. I don't think I've had so much fun, Ariana smiles, leaning against the railing. I'm glad. You seem very happy, Damian smiles, grabbing Ariana's waist. You look great in a crown. Very handsome, Ariana compliments him, looking at the crown on his head. It suited him very well. The gold of the crown contrasted well with the darkness of his hair. Ariana was so used to seeing her father in that crown, but now that it's on her mate, she has found a new love for the piece of gold. Thank you. They both look down at the crowd of people dancing and laughing together. Damian can't help but feel a sense of pride. This is unlike how he felt with his pack. This is a new surge of pride in his chest. These are his people, and there is no one else to tell him what to do. We're in charge of them now, aren't we? Ariana jokes, leaning into Damian's chest. They're our kingdom. Do you feel the connection? Damian asks. Once Ariana was crowned queen, she was given the ability to mind-link her kingdom. Her parents took that away from her at birth when they didn't accept her into their family. She was never able to mind-link her whole life. Other than mind-linking, I feel proud of them, and I feel the need to keep them safe, Ariana replies. The crowd keeps dancing, celebrating the joy of the coronation, the mourning of their past king gone. The moon goddess wanted it that way. She never wanted to see her children suffer and mourn the loss of a king. The moon goddess has Ariana's life planned. She feels a special connection to the new queen. The moon goddess knew that Ariana was going to do great things for the kingdom. She gave Ariana such a tough childhood so that she would become a strong queen who would not cower at one insult. The moon goddess saw Ariana as the next world changer. Chapter 14. Damian's POV. As I walk into the conference room, I can't help but smile. At the end of the long table is my Ariana, talking to Dante. Ariana has her crown seated on her head, looking as beautiful as ever. She suits the crown. She suits royalty. She deserved this her whole life. I will always hold a hatred towards her parents for neglecting her. Her whole life, she was kept hidden and told she was a disgrace. I've made it my mission for the rest of my life to show her how much she means to me, to the world. Damian, let's start the meeting, Dante says, holding a file of papers towards me. I nod, grab the file, and sit down at the head of the table. Ariana to my left, Dante to my right, some of the elders and high-ranking wolves seated at the rest of the table. I open the file to see multiple pages with different headlines and subjects. Thank you all for coming today. Let's get down to business, I say, grabbing the first page and starting there. It reads, Pack Transfers, with all its details below. Let's start with pack transfers. I understand that quite a few of my old pack members want to follow me here. I don't see why we can't accept them into the royal village. I smile. Now that I'm not an alpha to a pack, I miss the pack house and all the wolves. Damian, we don't have enough room for them. Almost 250 pack members are requesting to move. The village isn't big enough. We don't have a pack house, Ariana says, looking through her own file. Do we have the space to build a pack house? One of the newest elders asks. He seems nervous. My wolf takes attention to that, sensing weakness in a pack member, which angers him. We have about 20 acres of land from the old school. We'd have to do some demolition of the old building, Ariana says. I never knew she was such a strong leader. I feel a sense of pride swell in my chest at Ariana being the queen. I know many villagers are struggling to pay for their own houses. A pack house would be appreciated. Colton, the highest warrior, says, How soon can we get a construction team together? I ask, writing down a few notes. We have many wolves ready to start today, someone says. I'm too busy writing down plans to see who. All right, let's get a group to design it and a group to start demolishing the old building. It's made a disnest previous 7. 2 hours later, we've slowly been getting through all of the issues and papers. Finally, we're on the last one. Ariana's mother, the paper reads. I see Ariana stiffen as she reads it. We have to decide what we're doing with her mother. Ariana, I know this must be a hard decision for you, but we can't just keep her locked up in her room for the rest of her life, Elder Charlie says, looking at Ariana. As much as I want to help Ariana, I can't. Everyone knows that she's the only one who can finalize her mother's fate. What are the options? She asks, grabbing my hand under the table. Since she is being charged with royal vandalism, she will serve community service hours and be banned from the royal grounds. But if you choose to charge her with child neglect, then she will serve 10 years in prison and 5 years on parole, Elder Charlie states. Ariana takes a deep breath, and I can feel her wolf's anger. She's very mad at her mother. I think I know which she'll choose. I'm charging her with child neglect, Ariana slowly states, looking at me for support. I give her a small nod, telling her that it was the right choice. Very well. She will be escorted to the royal prison in the Dark Shield Pack, Elder Charlie says. I've visited Dark Shield multiple times. They're known for their cruel prison. That is the end of this meeting. Thank you all for coming, I say, dismissing everyone. I stand up, handing Dante my file. Ariana does the same, but then grabs me into a tight hug. I wrap my arms around her and breathe in her intoxicating scent. Did I make the right choice? She whispers. Yes, she deserves it, baby, I say, rubbing her back. I press a kiss to her head. Your Majesty, I hear a voice behind me. I let go of Ariana and turn around. There stands a small, middle-aged woman. She gives me a small curtsy. I guess I have to get used to that. Yes. What do you need? I ask, looking down at her. I was told to inform you that you and the Queen are to be moved to the royal suite today, she says, looking down. Thank you, Noah, Ariana says, smiling at the lady. We, together, walk out of the meeting room. How do you know all the maids and guards' names? I ask, curiosity striking me. Well, I grew up with them. They didn't know I was the princess, so I became friends with most of them, she says, smiling. But how do you remember them all? I ask. There are at least 100 people in this castle at all times. I'm very good with names, she giggles. I could hear that noise for the rest of my life. As we walk into our bedroom, I see multiple maids, either moving furniture out of the room or packing up the bookshelves. Your Majesties! One of the maids says, startled by our arrival. She alerts all the others, and soon the whole room is bowing towards us. I see maid Soraya rush over to Ariana and me. We should be done in a few hours. Why don't you spend some time together while we finish? She smirks, looking at the two of us. Okay, but once it's all moved to the suite, don't worry about unpacking. I can do that, Ariana says, smiling at Soraya. But we can do it. It's no prob. Soraya gets cut off by Ariana. No, give yourselves a break. I can do it, Ariana says, determined. But, Ariana. Nope, Queen's orders. Ariana smirks. We'll be on our way now. Both Ariana and I head up to my office. I have a lot of paperwork to go through from the coronation. The stacks of paper on my desk are almost overflowing. Sign here stickers poking out every which way. There was even a stack or two for Ariana. So we got to work on the many signatures and filling out forms. An hour later, Ariana finishes her stacks while I still have a few to go through. Ariana has decided to start organizing the filing cabinets. She puts them in alphabetical order, and then starts putting the signed papers in their rightful spots. I hate paperwork, I sigh, filling out a form for a rogue. Welcome to the rest of your life, Ariana jokes, wrapping her arms around me from behind my desk chair. I'm hoping this is just the post-coronation rush, I say, gesturing to the many papers. Let's hope so. It's almost dinner time, Ariana says, playing with the collar of my shirt. I might skip dinner so I can finish, I say, focusing on a file of papers. You already sound like an old king. You're coming to dinner, Ariana groans, pulling my hand. I smile and pull her into my lap. She ends up straddling me and wrapping her arms around my neck. I just want to get my work done, I say as I kiss her nose. You have all of tomorrow to finish it. Now come spend time with your mate, she says, guilting me into dinner. Fine. Anything for you, I smirk, grabbing her waist and lifting her up and out of the chair with me. Her legs wrap around my waist and her arms tighten around my neck. She pecks my lips, smiling her face off. Thank you, Dam, she smiles. I set her down and we walk to the dining hall. Most of the elders, warriors, and their families eat with us. I quickly finish my food, realizing that I skipped lunch. Ariana soon finishes after me. It's getting quite late. Let's head back to the room, she says, standing up. We walk out towards our room. I go to take the left turn towards the room when she stops me. That's not our room anymore. We have the suite, remember? She says, pulling me up to the 4th floor. I've never been up here before. It's always been forbidden. Not even the guards are allowed upstairs, only at the bottom of the stairs. From what I've heard, the suite has an intercom in case anyone has to reach the royals. When we reach the top of the stairs, I see a white and gold door. Ariana opens the door, and we both gasp in awe. The huge suite has 2 stories. It has light hardwood floors and green, pink, and white walls. On the bottom floor is a small living and dining room. It has multiple bookshelves as well. Also on the bottom floor is the kitchen area. The cabinets are white, while the counters are dark gray. Then, in the loft, is the bedroom with a huge chandelier and a bathroom. Also, the loft leads to a beautiful balcony overlooking the forest and, on the horizon, the ocean. I've never been in here before, Ariana says, looking around. They moved all of her old furniture in here as well. The whole suite is filled with boxes that Ariana refused to have the maids unpack. This is our home for the rest of our lives, I say, wrapping my arms around her waist from behind. We continue to look around, still in awe. It's time to unpack, babe, she says, pulling me towards the many boxes. Why couldn't you have just let the maids do it? I groan, pouting at her. They needed a break. We can do it by ourselves, she says, lightly punching me in the shoulder. Can you unpack the books? Yeah, no problem, I say, picking up a box labeled books. They should be in alphabetical order, but please make sure, she says. I'm gonna go unpack the clothes. She walks up into the loft, and I guess starts unpacking. I start to put the books on the shelves, making sure they're in order. She has her own library, most of which are doubles from the huge main library. I'm almost done putting away the books when I hear a small yelp from upstairs. Then I hear a bang, which makes me sprint upstairs to see if Ariana is okay. When I reach the closet to find her, I see a hilarious sight. Ariana must have fallen into a huge box of clothes and tried to get out, causing her to fall over, still stuck in the box. I start laughing so hard my sides hurt. Damian, please just help me up, she whines, not finding it funny. Once my laughter calms down a bit, I pick up the box and pull Ariana out of it. That wasn't funny, she grumbles, obviously angry at my laughter. I'm sorry, baby, but you looked so silly, I say, placing a kiss on her forehead. Whatever, she groans. After a few more hours of unpacking, the suite is finally done. It took a lot of effort, but it looks just how Ariana wants it to. It looks perfect, Ariana says. We're currently standing at the railing of the loft, staring down at the newly decorated suite. I can't believe we're king and queen, I sigh, laying my head on her shoulder. But we are. There's no going back now, she jokes, laying her head on top of mine. I want to change a lot. I hated what your father did to the kingdom, I say, trying to be honest. Me too. He never thought about his people, only himself, she agrees, moving to get ready for bed. We soon plop onto the bed, exhausted from the busy day. I wrap my arms around Ariana, and she lays her head on my chest. I turn off the lights and start to fall asleep. Good night, my queen. Good night, my king. Chapter 15. Ariana's point of view. Being queen is hard work. I didn't realize my mother did this much. It's been a week since the coronation, and let's just say I've been busy. I've had multiple meetings, visited all the different schools in the village, helped design some of the new pack house, and made sure everything is running smoothly throughout the whole kingdom. I've become much closer to a few of the people I work with, such as Dante's mate, Clarissa, and a few of the top warriors. I've barely seen Damian. We both work all day and then are exhausted by the time we see each other. It has been hard not being able to talk to him and connect with him. Our wolves have felt the disconnection and have been yearning to see each other more than just a few minutes a night. I am currently walking through the village towards the worksite of the new pack house. Damian has been working with the rest of the warriors. He says it helps him bond with them and become the king he wants to be. Once I arrive at the worksite, I see my mate holding up a wall frame. He has taken his shirt off due to the heat, and he looks strong as he holds up the heavy wall. The pack house is almost done with the framing, and in a month or two, it will be finished. He must have sensed me, as he looks directly over to me and makes eye contact. He gives me a wink and mouths, 1 minute. They nail in the wall Damian was holding, and he makes sure it is in place before he jogs over to me. Hey, baby, what are you doing here? Damian asks after giving me a kiss on the cheek. I finally have a day off and wanted to see you, I say, smiling up at him. I really want him to take the day off with me, but I doubt he is able to. He takes his royal duties very seriously, which makes me so proud. Really? Well, if you have nothing to do, I'll pack up my stuff here and spend the day with you, he says. Are you sure you're able to? I ask, unsure if he is truly free all day or just saying it because I was here. Of course, unless you don't want to spend time with me, he says, grabbing some of his stuff from the worksite. No, I want to spend time with you, I panic. I was just joking, eh? He laughs. Then he leans down and captures my lips with his. A round of cheers comes from the men on the worksite. Damian pulls away, still laughing. He turns around and gives the men on the worksite a look, signaling them to quiet down. Hey, Blaine, I'm leaving. You're in charge, Damian says, still smiling. Yes, Your Majesty, a warrior says from the worksite. Let's go, Damian says. He grabs my hand and starts running towards the castle. As we run through the village, we get a few strange looks from some people. I mean, the shirtless king pulling along the queen with heels and a dress on isn't normal. We finally make it to the castle. I am out of breath and heaving, while Damian just stands there like we didn't just run 5 miles. Your Majesties, are you all right? A maid walking by asks. Yes, she's perfectly fine, Damian answers for me. The maid keeps walking past us. Maybe you need to work on your stamina, eh? Quiet, Damian, I huff, taking off my heels to walk up to the suite. Come on, baby, I was just joking, Damian pleads, running to catch up with me. I decide to give him the silent treatment, even though I'm not terribly mad. Oh, goddess, please not the silent treatment. Please, baby, I'm sorry, Damian says, stepping in front of me, stopping me from walking. I stare blankly at him until he moves and lets me enter the suite. I walk up to the loft and place my heels in the closet. As I walk out of the closet, I'm pulled onto the bed. Please, Ariana, just say something. I'm sorry, Damian pleads. I stare up at him. His eyes show how sorry he truly is. I can't take the sad look in his eyes anymore. It's fine, baby. I wasn't even that mad. I smile, pecking his lips. He then wraps his arms around me and squeezes me tight. His head rests on my chest as I play with his hair. We just lie there, enjoying each other's presence. Our wolves are loving this. Just being in physical contact with Damian makes my wolf purr. I place a kiss on top of his head. Do you want to watch a movie downstairs? He asks. He knows I barely watch movies, but he's confessed he loves them. Yeah, you pick it. I smile. I'll do anything for him. He smiles and grabs me, lifting me over his shoulder. This causes me to start laughing as he runs down the stairs and heads towards the couch. He sets me down and then grabs the remotes. He lies down next to me and turns on the TV. Since we've moved in, I've had some maids redecorate the suite. Instead of the green and pink theme, it's now burgundy and gold. I've also gotten some new furniture. Damian turns on a movie, I'm not sure which one. He wraps his arm around me, and I snuggle closer into his chest. In Friend, as the credits roll on the screen and the movie ends, the day turns into a movie day with popcorn and tons of films. But as the day turns into night, the atmosphere shifts. Damian kisses my neck, getting close to my mark. He's teasing me, and I'm getting frustrated. I lean in and place a kiss on his lips. He deepens the kiss as I wrap my arms around his neck. His fingers run through my hair as our lips move together. I soon pull away to catch my breath and kiss down his neck. Ariana, baby, Damian murmurs as I find the spot where his mark is supposed to be. Not many females mark their males, as it isn't necessary, but I want to so badly. My wolf must have felt it too. I brush against his marking spot. That is enough for me to place my mark on his skin. It feels like instinct. The bond snaps into place, making my wolf purr at the connection. I soon pull away. His mark heals to match mine. It is a small wolf, howling towards the moon. I move back to give Damian a deep kiss. He had placed a shirt halfway through the first movie. I now wanted nothing more than that shirt off his body. I quickly pull the shirt off, breaking our kiss. We stare at each other, breathless. How far are we going, baby? Damian says, placing his hand on my waist. Over the past week, almost every night we've come to this point, but haven't gone further. I stare at his beautiful eyes and realize that I'm ready. I'm ready, I say, looking at him with all the love I can give. As soon as the words come out of my mouth, his lips cover mine. He picks me up, carrying me up to the bed. He lays me down, keeping our lips locked. Ariana, I love you so much, he whispers, leaning closer to me. I love you more. Tenebration. My eyes slowly open, groggy as always. I smile as the memories of last night flood back into my mind. I very slowly roll over onto my back and reach down to the floor to grab my button-up shirt from yesterday. Luckily, it is rather big on me, so it reaches mid-thigh. I look over at my mate, sleeping on his stomach, small snores coming from him. I can't help but smile at the beautiful man I get to call mine. I can see the mark that I left last night, a sense of pride surging through me. The thin sheet is bunched up from his hips down. I continue to stare and admire him until I hear him say, "Hey, you know it's rude to stare, right?" He laughs, opening his eyes to look at me. I roll my eyes at his comment. Not if what I'm staring at is mine. I smirk as he rolls over on his back. He smiles at me, placing a hand on my arm. "I'm sorry," he says. "What do you mean?" I ask, confused. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" he asks gently. "I'm fine, Damian." I smile. "No, stay. I just want to lie with you," I say, stopping him from moving. I slowly lay down on his chest. A loud beep sounds through the suite, coming from multiple places. I sit up, confused about what it is. "It's the intercom. 1 sec," Damian says. He reaches over and presses a button on the phone next to our bed. Soon, Dante's voice comes through the speaker. "Hey, Damian and Ariana," he says, his cheerful voice coming through. "What do you want, Dante?" Damian's alpha side comes out, mixed with his frustration at us being interrupted. "Well, Clarissa wanted to make you guys some breakfast, and I thought it was a good idea since you've been working so hard," Dante says. You can tell he's nervous about how Damian is going to react. "No, Dante, I don't." "Thank you very much, Dante." "Bring it on up," I say, cutting Damian off. I press the button to let them up. "Really, baby?" "I just wanted it to be us," Damian groans, sounding like a child. "But they were being nice." "Now get dressed." I smile, getting off him. "You stay up here. They'll just annoy us," he says, pulling on some joggers. "Fine," I say, knowing he won't budge on it. I hear the front door open, and before I fix Damian's hair, or tell him to put on a shirt to cover up the marks, Damian is headed downstairs. "Dante, leave them alone." I hear Clarissa scold Dante. "Damian, she's got you whipped. Look at that mark," Dante says. "Dante, be quiet," I hear a grumpy Damian say. "Where is the lovely Luna?" Dante calls, looking for me. I walk to the end of the loft, looking over the kitchen, seeing Dante, Clarissa, and Damian with a bunch of food. "Hello, everyone," I smile, seeing Damian get even grumpier. I slowly make my way downstairs. Once I reach the 3, I wrap my arms around Damian's torso from behind. "Well, we're gonna leave before you two ruin my innocence," Dante says, pulling Clarissa towards the exit. "Oh, be quiet, Dante. We all know you aren't innocent," Clarissa laughs, but leaves with him. "Now I have you all to myself," Damian growls, picking me up and heading back towards the bed. Chapter 16. 1 month later. Ariana's point of view. Waking up in Damian's arms is something I'll never get tired of. Over the past month, our tight schedule and busy days seem to have died down. Everything is running smoothly, no huge problems. The kingdom is flowing nicely, and the elders are always pleased with what we are doing. We've made multiple changes to the werewolf laws, all things Damian has dreamed of changing. Oh, and as for Damian and me, we've never been better. That gorgeous man just seems to get sexier with every passing second. Gushing about me is what's keeping your mind occupied. Damian mind links me, causing me to blush. Ever since we mated, his new favorite thing to do is read my mind. I turn around in his arms so I'm facing him, his stunning eyes staring at me. Over the past month, he's grown out his stubble into a small beard. I'm not sure how I feel about it. "Good morning, Damian." I smile, giving him a short kiss. "Good morning, A," he replies, digging his head into the crook of my neck. I feel a wave of insecurity wash over me, but it isn't my emotion. It is Damian's. Why would he feel like that? "Damian, are you okay?" I ask, running my finger through his hair as he nuzzles further into my neck. "Yeah, I hear from him," slightly mumbled. I try to see what he's thinking of and what caused this feeling, but he has made a wall in his mind that I can't get through. Babe, I know something is wrong, I say. He never blocks me out of his mind. No, I'm fine, he groans, kissing my neck now. I know he's trying to distract me from whatever he's upset about. You can't lie to me. I'm your mate, remember? I joke, trying to pull his head from my neck. Fine. What do you want? He asks, pulling away from my neck and pulling me on top of him so I'm straddling him. He has this annoyed look on his face, which starts to fuel my anger. I want to know what's wrong, I say, frustrated that he won't just tell me. You don't want to know. It's stupid, he mumbles, looking away from me. Damian, I felt your emotions. Just tell me, I say a little bit softer. I've never seen him like this before. After a long pause, he sighs and looks me in the eyes. My wolf was putting thoughts into my head about you leaving me. I guess with all the meetings and you making Colton your right-hand man, I felt jealous and scared to ever lose you. It's stupid. My wolf is being jealous, he says, staring into my soul. Colton is one of the head warriors. He is my personal guard for meetings and helps me a lot with my Luna duties. I didn't know Damian was bothered by it. It's not stupid. I didn't know your wolf was bothered by that. I trail off. I'm not going to stop talking to people just because Damian is jealous. It's just, seeing you able to spend more time with him than me is so hard. I know he's your guard, so he has to be with you. But when we aren't together, my wolf keeps nagging at me. He hates that his mate is alone with an unmated male. He keeps telling me you're secretly having an affair with him or that you'll one day leave me for him. Damian sighs, finally expressing his true feelings. Damian, I don't know where your wolf is getting those thoughts, but never in a million years would I ever leave you. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me. Whenever I'm not with you, I count every second till I can see you again. Colton knows how strong our relationship is. I've gushed to him about you to the point of annoyance. Baby, you have nothing to worry about, I say, pecking him on the lips. He stares up at me, sadness mixed with jealousy. Then he gives me one word. Together? He says, looking up at me, a little bit more reassured. Forever. I smile, intertwining our hands. The loud beep of the intercom floats through the suite, ruining our small moment. I press the answer button. Queen Ariana speaking. Who is this? I say, waiting for the person on the other side. Queen, it's me, Colton. I hear the voice come through the speaker. I look down at Damian to see him roll his eyes. Speak of the devil, he whispers. What do you want, Colton? I ask. I'm here to escort you to your 10 o'clock meeting, he says, sounding nervous. I completely forgot about that. Crap, I need to get ready. I jump out of bed and into the closet, asking Damian to finish the call. I'm going with her, so your services aren't necessary. But thank you, Warrior Colton, I hear Damian say, ending the call. I slip on a white dress with flowers on the bottom. It is quite tight to the body, but I am fine with it. Wait, you're coming to the meeting? I ask Damian, looking for my shoes. Yeah, I forgot to tell you last night, Damian says, slowly walking into the huge closet. Hurry up, we're gonna be late, I say, still looking for my shoes. I moved it to 10:30. We'll be fine, he says, grabbing a suit. Are you looking for these? I look at him to see him holding my shoes. Of course, he would find them. I smile and take the shoes from him while thanking him. You look beautiful, by the way. I love that dress, he says, pecking my cheek. He leaves for the bathroom. I do my hair and makeup at my vanity. I place my crown on my head. The crown was always a requirement that I never wanted to follow, but it is tradition. Damian walks out of the bathroom in his dark suit and styled hair. I love how he looks with his crown on, so royal and powerful. Let's go, I smile, grabbing his hand as we head downstairs. The walk to the meeting is always an enjoyable one. We pass multiple guards and maids bowing or bidding us good morning. As we enter the conference room, I sense more wolves than usual. Why are there so many people? I ask Damian through our mind link. Just wait and see, Damian says, leading us to our seats. I am suspicious of Damian not telling me more about the meeting. I see all of the head warriors here, quite a few elders, and I believe a few alphas from other packs. Thank you all for being here today. I know some of you were called at the last minute, but I am glad everyone could make it, Damian says, standing up and speaking to the group surrounding the table. The more he speaks, the more confused I become. Now, as some of you know, the former queen was sentenced to prison in Darkshield Pack a few months ago. Alpha Alessandra, thank you for imprisoning her, but you have sadly failed us. I look over to see a powerful man seemingly cower at Damian's alpha tone. Wait, does this mean my mother is free? I was informed last night that the former queen has escaped prison with help from 2 other wolves who have also escaped. My head snaps to look at Damian as I feel anxiety wash over me. My mother is free again. She could be coming to get me. How could Damian not tell me sooner? Please inform all of your surrounding packs to be on the lookout for her. I have already set up a search team to head out until they find her. Head warrior Colton and 10 selected wolves will leave once this meeting is over. He's sending away one of my closest friends. What is wrong with him? The pack members will not know about this. Only the highest ranked wolves. I don't want this to be public. Keep it as quiet as you can. Thank you all for being here. You are dismissed, Damian says, giving a curt nod to everyone. At this point, I am fuming with anger. He didn't tell me my mother was on the loose. He wouldn't even tell me what the meeting was about. And he was sending away Colton because of his stupid jealousy. I can't be next to him anymore without lashing out at him. I quickly leave the conference room without saying anything. I storm back into the suite, throwing my shoes somewhere in the room. I start pacing back and forth through the living room. Each step I take, I become angrier at him. I can feel the anxiety and panic trying to creep up, but the anger I feel overpowers it. After 10 minutes, I hear the suite door open. I look over to see Damian stroll inside as if nothing happened. How could you do that? I spit at him. He instantly stops in his tracks. The look of confusion on his face makes me want to slap him for being so oblivious. What? He says, placing a folder he was holding on the kitchen countertop. How could you hide this from me? She's my mother. I deserve to know if that maniac is locked up or not. I yell at him. I didn't want you to have a panic attack or anything, he says. If anything, not telling me made it worse. Knowing that she could have easily done something to us while I was unaware of her escape, I say, fuming at him. I'm sorry, but I can't go back now and change it. So get over it and let's try to find her. He snaps at me. No! The person finding her is the one person who is supposed to protect me when you're gone. The one person who I can talk to that doesn't cower in fear because I'm the queen. The one person who is actually my friend is the person you take away from me. I shout at him, my eyes filling with tears. So he is more than just a friend to you, Damian says, jealousy filling his eyes. Oh my goddess, Damian, can you push your possessiveness away for 1 second? I don't love him. He's just a friend. Can you get that through your thick skull? I was just trying to help you. Why can't you see how I was trying to help? He says. Trying to help? You just took my one friend away and kept secrets from me that I deserve to know. I yell back at him. You know what? Leave. I don't want any more of your help. Fine, I'll leave. But you're never getting Colton back. Finding your mother is a suicide mission, he says, slamming the door on his way out. As soon as he leaves, the anger goes away, and the anxiety and panic take over. I know he didn't leave the castle. I can still feel his presence. I spent that day sitting in my bed, having multiple panic attacks and crying myself to sleep. Chapter 17. Ariana's Point of View. Buzz. 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 Ariana, I know you're in there. I need you to respond so we know you're okay. If you don't answer, we'll have to break in. I hear Soraya say through the intercom. They had to use the emergency access to talk to me since I wasn't answering them. It's been over 24 hours of me not replying to any of them. They've resorted to the worst, thinking I could have died. I reach over, out of the bed, and hit the answer button. A loud beep sounds through the empty suite. I've been bundled up in our my bed for the past day. The bed has tissues and food wrappers thrown all over it, showing what state I am in. I couldn't sleep without him. My body craves his touch. A few times. My body was so exhausted it shut down, and I was forced to sleep. I've also been nauseous. I believe a side effect of the lack of sleep and eating extremely terrible junk food. I'm fine. my groggy voice barely says into the speaker. I haven't stopped crying since the fight. I can feel the dry tears all over my face and neck. Honey, is it okay if I come up, just to make sure everything is okay? Soraya says. She is the only person who could see me like this. I press the answer button again. Yeah, I say, moving into a sitting position. I press the enter button and end the call. I hear her enter the suite, her heels clicking against the marble floors. She starts walking up the stairs. As soon as we make eye contact, she freezes. Oh dear, let's get you into the shower, Soraya says, grabbing my arm and pulling me into the bathroom. Soraya, I just want to go back to bed, I complain, not wanting to leave the warm bed. Ariana, snap out of it. You are the queen. Yes, what happened is terrible, but you still must lead your people, she says to me, making me stare at her in shock. I take a deep breath and nod at her. I can't just abandon my people because I feel like being selfish. Now get into the shower. I will pick out your clothes, and you will go to your meetings like regular, Soraya says, walking out of the bathroom. I quickly take a shower and walk out of the bathroom to see a white button-up shirt, a navy blue pencil skirt, beige wedges, and my crown sitting on my bed. I quickly get dressed, do my hair, and finish up my makeup. I've made you breakfast. I'll be heading out for my chores. Good luck today, Your Highness, I hear Soraya shout from downstairs. I say a quick thank you before grabbing my folder for meetings and running downstairs to quickly eat breakfast. I see the folder Damian left on the counter yesterday. Seeing it makes my anger for him return. I pick it up and look inside. It is full of war plans in case my mother goes wrong. I realize that if I don't leave soon, I'll be late. I finish my breakfast and leave the suite. ACT, Damian's POV. Sleeping in one of the guest rooms without Ariana felt awful. I barely got any sleep. My mind was never calm without her. My wolf continued to pace around my mind as he worried about her and what she's doing. The maids were confused when they saw that their king was sleeping in a guest room and not with the queen. They tried to clean the room, but quickly left me alone when they saw my state. My mind stayed occupied with all the meetings and such. By the end of the day, I realized I hadn't seen or even smelled Ariana anywhere in the castle. I knew she was still here, but I couldn't sense her well-being. That worried me even more. Who knows what could have happened to her while I'm away from her? It was early morning when I decided to send maid Soraya and a few guards to check on Ariana. I knew she didn't want to see me as much as I didn't want to see her, but I had to know she was okay. Now, here I am, waiting in my office for maid Soraya to give me an update on Ariana. I shoved my hands into my dark blue suit pockets, pacing the length of my office. I should be filling out paperwork, but my mind is on Ariana, and Ariana only. As much as I didn't want to admit it, I missed her. I was starting to see how what I had done was wrong and why she was so hurt. I just wish I could go back and change it. A knock on my door pulls me away from my thoughts. Yes? I ask, waiting for maid Soraya to enter. The door opens, and Dante walks in. I let out a disappointed sigh. Wow, I didn't think I was that boring, Dante jokes, throwing his hands up in a defensive manner. No, it's just I'm waiting for someone, I say, sitting down at my desk. Wait, are you and Ariana making up? If so, I can leave, Dante says excitedly. He knows how much not seeing her is tearing me apart. That's not it. I sent a maid to go check on Ariana, I say. Dante then takes a seat on the couch in the corner of my office. Oh, are you still not going to talk to her? Dante asks harshly. She doesn't want to see me, I say, looking down. Damian, she's your mate. Yeah, she might be mad at you, but she can't live without you. The sooner you try to talk to her, the sooner things go back to normal, he says. Then I hear another knock on the door. Dante gets up to answer it. Maid Soraya is right behind it. I have an update, Your Majesty, she says, looking past Dante at me. Can you give us a second, Dante? I ask. He nods and leaves the room, closing the door behind him. Is she okay? I immediately ask. Yes, at least I believe so, she tells me. She refused to talk to me. I had to use the emergency call to get her to reply. That doesn't seem like she's okay, I say. My wolf starts to whimper. She is, in a sense. She's upset about whatever the two of you argued about. Her anxiety is very high currently due to her mother and not having you with her. She's stubborn and doesn't want anyone to know, but I've known her long enough to tell what's wrong, she says, giving me a motherly look. I didn't mean for this to happen. It just did, I say, feeling ashamed. She's back to her normal schedule. Try to talk to her. She doesn't want to, but it'll calm her nerves, she tells me, leaving my office. Thank you, Maid Soraya, I say, letting out a deep sigh. How was I going to fix this? I sit down at my desk, trying to start on some work. Knowing she was at least physically okay was all I needed. A few hours pass by. I continue to fill out paperwork or make phone calls. Yes, the paperwork is ready, I say into my phone, talking to one of the many alphas. All I need is for you to come pick it up. I suddenly get a strong whiff of my favorite smell. I can hear her heels click against the marble floors right outside my office. I'll have to call you back, Alpha Kurt. I quickly say into my phone, ending the call. I throw my phone somewhere in the room and sprint towards my office door. I swing open the door and jump out of the room. Ariana, I say before I can even see her. I spot her, almost at the end of the hallway. Stop! Her body turns around to face me, her beautiful hair whipping with it. Seeing her for the first time in over 24 hours felt like water in the middle of the desert. I know you don't want to talk to me, but I want you to know that I didn't mean what I said. I say, hoping she's listening. I love you. She stands there, just staring at me with a blank expression. She turns to leave, but then suddenly stops. She turns around again, just before she's out of my sight. I love you too. And then she's gone. Vastes de he. Ariana's point of view. By the end of the day, all I wanted to do was lie in my bed and cry. Seeing Damian didn't help either. And then entering the suite to see Soraya didn't improve things. What do you want? All I want to do is lie down and cry, I say, mentally exhausted from trying to act normal all day. I came to bring you dinner and keep you company, she says, placing a warm plate filled with some sort of casserole on my lap. I got a smell of whatever was in this food and immediately felt the need to throw up. I rushed to the bathroom and empty my stomach into the toilet. This is what I thought had happened, I hear Soraya say, walking into the bathroom. I wipe my mouth and look up at her. What happened? I ask, getting annoyed. Honey, I think I can sense a second heartbeat, she says, placing a hand on my shoulder. Yeah, there are two of us here, I ask. Is she going crazy? No, a second heartbeat in you, she says, pointing at my stomach. It suddenly clicks. This could be happening. When was the last time you had your period? I think over a month ago. I'm late, I say, starting to realize what's happening. She suddenly pulls out something from a drawer in the cabinet. Let's try this then, she says as she hands me a pregnancy test. Chapter 18. Ariana's point of view. Two dark pink lines stare up at me. I drop the white stick on the ground in utter shock. This can't be happening. I'm not ready to be a mother. I'm only 18. Ariana, what does it say? Soraya asks from behind the bathroom door. I quickly pick up the test from the tile flooring and open the door. We lock eyes, tears starting to blur my vision. I'm pregnant, I whisper as the tears start to fall. I start to crumble toward the ground, but Soraya wraps me in her arms before I can fall. Shh, it's okay, sweetie. Everything's gonna be okay, she whispers into my ear as she runs her hands over my hair. But what if it's not? I'm 18. I can't be a mother, I say, pulling away from her so I can look at her face. This is the moon goddess's wish. We must follow her plan. She does all things for the good of her children. Don't worry, Ariana, she says, pressing a kiss against my head. Now let's take you to the medical wing for an ultrasound. She helps me out of the suite, and we walk side by side towards the medical wing. We arrive at the large medical center, and a nurse escorts us to the royal section. Soraya waits outside the patient room, saying this is a private moment between a mother and her child. Please take a seat on the bed. Dr. Durant should be in shortly. With that, I'm left alone. As I wait, I start to think about how Damian would react to the news. Would he enjoy the new addition, or would he be too busy for a baby? I hear a knock on the door, and then a middle-aged woman pops her head inside. Hello, Your Highness. I'm Dr. Durant, And I'll be your doctor, she says, shaking my hand. I give her a small smile. So I hear you have some pregnancy symptoms and that you took a test that came out positive? Yes, I've been nauseous and very fatigued, I reply, starting to feel nervous. I'm starting to wish Damian was here just to make me feel a bit better. I wonder what he's doing. I tried to reach out to him through our mind link, but I can't seem to get to him. He would calm my nerves right now. I need him here. Okay, there are always false positives on pregnancy tests, so let's do a blood test just to make sure. She gives me a smile as she pulls on some latex gloves and picks up a syringe. She disinfects the area and then presses the needle in. This might take a while, so hang tight. Suddenly, I hear a loud crash come from outside the room. Where is she? Is she hurt? Why do I smell her blood? I hear Damian's deep voice boom from outside the room. I hear his footsteps quickly move towards the doors, and then they are flung open with so much force I'm surprised they didn't break. Ariana, are you? Damian stops as soon as he sees me. Then his eyes lock onto the doctor holding the syringe. Stop hurting her. No, Damian, she has to do this. I yell at him, reaching my hand out to stop him from reaching the doctor. As soon as my hand touches his chest, he stops moving. Tingles erupt where my hand is on him. We lock eyes, and I hear my wolf start howling in joy. Are you okay? Damian whispers, grabbing the hand that's on his chest and intertwining our fingers. All he cares about is my well-being. She's perfectly fine, my king. I'm going to get this tested, Dr. Durant says. She gives me a wink and walks out of the room, leaving me with Damian. Why is your blood getting tested? Damian asks, pulling up a chair to sit next to the patient bed I am sitting on. You ask too many questions, I say, looking down at our still intertwined hands. A deep sigh comes from my mate, making me look up at him through my lashes. Ariana, you have no clue how sorry I am. I was worked up, stressed, and wasn't thinking correctly. I know that isn't an excuse for my jealousy and not telling you about your mother. I'm stupid for ever thinking that it would help. I have a lot to learn, Damian says, rubbing my hand. Soraya made me realize how I overreacted to the situation. You were only trying to look out for me and help with my anxiety. But you sending Colton away out of pure jealousy is not okay, I say, hoping this doesn't begin another argument. I know, but I didn't send him on that mission only out of jealousy. He is one of our best warriors, hence why he's your personal guard. We needed his help. Yes, the jealousy made it very easy for me to send him to find your mother, but he is a vital part of the team, he says. Oh, okay, I say, looking back down at our hands. Please tell me we're back to normal. I can't stand another night away from you, he exclaims. Yes, we're back to normal, baby. I smile, pulling him into a kiss. As long as you stop keeping secrets from me. Never again, he grins, pecking my lips. Oh, goddess, I missed you. I missed you too, I say, fiddling with his fingers. So why are you here? And why is your blood getting tested? He asks, a concerned look crossing his face again. How am I supposed to tell him? Oh, well, you see, I get cut off as Dr. Durant walks back into the room with a clipboard. Well, I have some good news, she exclaims, setting her clipboard down on the desk in the corner. Wait, I don't want Damian to find out this way. Your results came back positive, she says before I can stop her. You're pregnant, Your Highness. What? Damian shouts, squeezing my hand tightly. I'll give you two a moment, Dr. Durant says, leaving us alone. Ariana, was she serious? Damian asks in disbelief. Yeah, I was about to tell you, I say nervously. Damian looks at me with an unreadable expression. Oh my goddess, I'm gonna be a dad, he says, getting up and pacing the room. I sit on the bed in silence. I can't tell what his reaction is. He stops pacing and locks eyes with me. I can see his eyes starting to well up with tears. Baby, this is amazing, he softly says, wrapping his arms around me. Chapter 19. Ariana's point of view. The soft hum of an airplane's engine is what I wake up to. After Damian found out I was pregnant, he immediately planned a trip to see his parents at his old place. Something about how his mother would kill him if she found out over the phone. I wasn't complaining though. I got to spend a week at my favorite house, right next to the beach. There was something about being in Blue Crescent that brought me a sense of peace. The memories of Damian and me in our first few weeks of being mates live in his house right on the beach. I didn't have to worry about paparazzi swarming us whenever we leave the castle, or being waited on hand and foot by every person we see. We could feel a little bit like normal people in this world. "Good to see you awake," I hear Damian say. I look over from my comfortable position on the couch of the private jet. Who knew growing a werewolf would cause me to be so tired all the time? Damian is sitting in the armchair across from me, looking over some files, whilst playing with his hat. "Are we not there yet?" It was only an hour flight, and I've been asleep for a while. Or at least it felt so. There's a storm over the landing site, so they had to circle around. "We should be there soon." He smiles at me. He kept telling me that he could see the pregnancy glow whenever he looked at me. He was over the moon about our baby. I was so relieved he was just as excited as I was. While we may be young and the fear of being too young to be parents still looms in my mind, Damian has reassured me how ready we are. This truly was the moon goddess's plan, and I just needed to follow along. "Have you decided how you're telling your mom?" I ask, knowing he hasn't decided yet. He simply shakes his head. He pinches his lips together against his hat before turning back towards his files. He was always trying to stay on top of his paperwork. He brought it with him everywhere. He said it was his least favorite part of being king, so he never wanted it to pile up and consume a whole day of work. He had taken on his role so well, and it made me so proud to see him strive as king. I walk into the bathroom. I quickly checked my makeup to make sure it wasn't smudged. Once everything looked good, I walked back out into the main area of the jet. I start to walk over to the mini fridge to get a bottle of water, but a hand wraps around my wrist and pulls me onto a lap. "Hi," I joke, looking up at my handsome mate. "Hey," he smiles before cautiously placing his hand on my small belly. "You don't have to be afraid. You can't hurt the baby." I smile, pressing his hands closer. He keeps staring down at my belly. "I'm just in shock," he says, rubbing his hand over the small bump that had formed. A werewolf pregnancy is shorter than a human pregnancy. Since werewolves grow faster and have a much higher metabolism, it's only a 5-month pregnancy. So, since I was already 1 month into my pregnancy, I had already started to develop a baby bump. Before we had found out, I honestly wouldn't have noticed too much. It just seemed like a little extra weight. "You're gonna be a dad," I smile, pulling his head up to look at me. I place a slow peck on his lips and smile even wider. "Oh, goddess, how are we telling the public?" he asks. "You're making it sound like we're famous." I laugh. We are. Every werewolf knows who we are and wants to know every detail about our lives. I wouldn't be surprised if rumors were going around about a pregnancy," he says, continuously rubbing my belly. I could feel the happiness and protection radiating off him. He was on such a high from the news. "Yeah, but what could happen? We're heavily guarded all the time, and no one can get into the castle without a guard knowing. We're safe, and nothing will happen to the baby or me," I say, trying to reassure him, as I can feel his possessiveness and fear coming out. "Thank you. I need to hear that just to calm my wolf," he blushes. He knew I was trying to ease him. "How did your parents announce they were expecting you?" "They didn't," I say, remembering the story Soraya told me. "They found out at 3 months that they were expecting." "So why didn't they announce it?" he asked. 3 months is when you find out the gender. They found out they were having a girl and immediately knew I was a disgrace. My mother hid her pregnancy," I say. "I will never understand your parents. I wish I had found you sooner," he says, pushing a hair behind my ear. "It was all perfect timing," I say, laying my head on his shoulder. "Do you think we'll have a boy or a girl?" he asks, caressing my head. I would say that it's a boy for their purposes, but I proved that myth wrong. I laugh. "I want a baby girl. I want a mini Ariana," he says thoughtfully. "I don't care what we have, as long as it looks like you," I say, playing with his tie. Suddenly, the pilot's voice comes over the intercom, telling us we are about to land. I push off Damian's chest, getting off his lap as well. He stands up with me and smiles down at my barely visible baby bump. "How are you telling your parents?" I ask, trying to get a reply. "The old-fashioned way." He smiles. grabbing my hand and leading me out of the now-landed plane. I see both Damian's parents and Conrad waiting for us at the end of the tarmac. We walk towards them as the flight crew grabs our luggage. Damian's mother starts to jog towards us. "Ah, I missed you, Damian," Katharina says as she hugs Damian. "I missed you too, Mom," Damian says, placing a kiss on his mother's head. "Oh, my beautiful daughter-in-law, you look as lovely as ever," she says, placing her hands on my cheeks in a motherly way. It was nice to have such a wonderful mother-in-law. She was always so kind and loving towards me. "It's good to see you, Katharina." I smile. Bradford comes over and greets us as well. Lastly, Conrad walks over to us. "I hope you've been running the pack well," Damian jokes, patting Conrad on the back. "As best as I can. You seem to be fitting royal life well," Conrad says, gesturing to Damian's perfectly fitted tux. "Where's the crown?" "Leave him alone, Conrad," I warn him, as I walk to the SUV parked by the woods that lead to the pack house. The two of them bicker all the way to the car. I could tell they missed each other. Damian always said Conrad was like a sibling to him. Since both of us are only children, we really wanted to have multiple kids so they could grow up with siblings. I quickly get into the middle row of the SUV as Damian slides in next to me. Conrad is escorting us into the pack in wolf form. Bradford starts the short drive to the pack house. Katharina keeps stealing suspicious glances at me. It's like she knows something is up. Damian is right next to me, with a hand on my thigh, but that was nothing new, so I'm not sure why she's suspicious. We then arrive at the pack house. "I missed this view," I say, looking at the beautiful house full of wolves. I was glad that we were building a pack house in the royal village. I had never seen a pack house until I came to Blue Crescent, and it showed me the amazing community that is created within it. "When are we headed to our house?" "Right now." Damian smiles, pulling me out of the car. He walks me over to his Ford Mustang that he kept here. We drove over to the gorgeous house that I was in love with. We quickly get settled and start to get ready for the packed dinner that we are attending. I change into a loose dress, trying to hide my baby bump. Damian walks out of the closet with a yellow button-up on and holding a black button-up. "Which one?" he asks, gesturing to the yellow and black shirts. "Wear the black shirt with your beige khakis," I reply, pointing to the black shirt. "I don't like how you look in yellow." "Okay, thank you," he says as he starts changing his shirt, showing off his godly torso. "You're a tease," I smirk as I walk over to him. As he pulls on the black shirt, I start buttoning it for him. "Look who's the tease now," he says, looking down at me. "I guess we're just meant for each other," I say, finishing the last button. I look up at him and grin. He gives me a quick peck before walking over to grab his crown. He finishes getting ready, and we head over to the pack house. As we enter the dining hall, every pack member bows towards us. The dinner goes smoothly with small talk here and there. Until Damian asks to speak with his parents and me privately, I knew what he was going to announce to them. We enter the small library that should keep our privacy. "I need to tell you something," Damian says, as his parents sit down on one of the many couches. "Okay?" Bradford asks. Katharina grips his hand tightly. "Well, I'm not sure how to say this, but..." Damian trails off. "We're expecting!" I exclaim, placing one hand on my belly and grabbing Damian's hand with the other. "I knew it!" Katharina shouts, jumping up from the couch. She wraps me in a hug as Damian gets congratulated by his father. "You two will be amazing parents," Bradford says, giving me a side hug. "When did you find out?" Katharina asks as she hugs Damian. "Yesterday, actually," I say, locking eyes with Damian. "Well, how about you two go have some alone time? Take some time for yourselves. Goddess knows in a few months you won't have any," Katharina says, leading us out of the pack house. "Beach sunset?" Damian asks, pointing toward the woods that lead to the beach. "You read my mind." I laugh. "I actually do have that ability," he says as we begin the walk to the beach. As we walk through the forest, I look back on the times before becoming royals. I miss the weeks we had of living without royal duties, just getting to know each other. No stress. We finally reached the beach after a long walk, the soft sand under my feet and the soothing noise of the waves crashing on the shore. Everything I missed about this place. That's how we end the night. cuddled up in each other's embrace as we watch the sunset. Chapter 20. Damian's POV. I stare down at the blonde cluster of hair currently sound asleep on my chest. I tune my hearing to find her heartbeat. I hear her steady beating, but I also hear the quiet heartbeat that belongs to our child. The idea of becoming a father terrified me, but seeing Ariana as a mother was something I couldn't wait for. She'll be a perfect mother. She has every quality for it. We have to tell the kingdom soon. She's going to start showing in a few weeks. It wasn't that I was scared of the kingdom's reaction. I was scared of what Ariana's mother would do when she found out. That woman was sick enough to throw her daughter away. Who knows what else she's capable of? I need to up the security, I mumble to myself, rubbing a hand over my face. Ariana begins to stir. I hope I didn't wake her. She nuzzles her face into my chest as she stretches into a more comfortable position. Suddenly, her bright blue eyes pop open, staring directly at me. "Good morning, baby." I smile, hoping she didn't know that I was the reason she woke up. She needed her sleep more than ever. She was growing a royal alpha pup. "Morning," she replies, rolling over onto her side so she isn't lying on me anymore. I turn onto my side, so I'm facing her. "How'd you sleep?" I ask, running my hand through her golden locks. "Good, you?" she says, placing a hand on my cheek. Something about us was that we always touched each other all the time, in any way possible. The tingles we got were addicting. "Amazing since I have you," I say smoothly. "You're so cheesy," she laughs, placing a peck on my lips. "Oh, just wait till I'm a dad," I joke, moving my hand down to her belly. "Oh, goddess," the dad jokes. She groans jokingly. "I'll be the true embodiment of a dad." I laugh. "Let's skip the dad bod," she says, running her hands over my abs. You're enjoying the alpha muscles?" I question, teasing her. "You have no idea," she says proudly. I didn't expect that from her. She normally becomes quiet and blushes. Someone's getting confident from all those pregnancy hormones. "I think I already started gaining some pounds," I say, poking my stomach. "Oh, goddess," she suddenly says in disgust. I didn't think she would be that upset about my joke. But then, suddenly, she runs to the bathroom. I follow her to see her bent over the toilet, emptying her stomach. I rush over to her, pulling her hair away from her face. She finishes, looking up at me, wiping her mouth. She looks so exhausted. I wish I could help her. I press a soft kiss to her forehead before she gets up to brush her teeth. I flush the toilet for her and go over to the sink, where she is brushing her teeth. "I hate seeing you sick," I say, sitting on the countertop. She spits out her toothpaste before giving me a tired look. "It's just a part of pregnancy, babe," she says, shooting me a tired smile. I hop off the counter and walk over to give her a hug. "One more month of morning sickness," I say, remembering the facts that I read in a werewolf pregnancy book. I've been trying to learn as much as I can before the baby comes. I want to be the best dad I can be and help Ariana in every way possible. Someone's done their research. I hear her smile as we hold each other. Holding her tight against me makes it very easy for me to feel the small bump on her stomach. My wolf starts prancing around in my head at the feeling of his pup inside his mate. "I want to tell the kingdom soon," I say, hoping she reacts well. "I do too," she says, pulling away from me. She starts to walk downstairs. I follow behind her like a lost puppy. "I was thinking, maybe as soon as we get back to the castle," I say, following her into my old office. "What is she doing?" "Or we could broadcast it from here," she suggests, grabbing her laptop from her work bag. I take a seat on the couch placed against the wall opposite my desk, Ariana sitting against me. This couch was put here just for Ariana. She would always help me with pack stuff or just hang out in here while I made phone calls and such. "Really? That soon?" I ask. I thought she'd want to wait a bit. "Yeah. Is it too early?" she asks nervously. "No, not at all," I say, trying to reassure her. "The sooner, the better." "Okay. I'm going to email my assistant and the elders about it," she says, typing on her computer. She had become such a good queen. I watch her as she types out the perfect email. Perfect grammar, perfect etiquette, perfect spelling. She's just perfect. After she sends her email, she starts going through her inbox. I look away, grabbing my laptop as well. I also go grab a cup of coffee for me and a caffeine-free tea for Ariana. I sit back down, checking emails with Ariana, leaning her back against my shoulder. Royal duties are exhausting, she sighs, laying her head on my shoulder. She's almost emptied her inbox while I've barely made a dent in mine. Of course they are when you have a baby stealing all your energy. I joke with her, turning my head slightly to kiss her head as I keep working. I just got an email from Colton about my mom, she says, perking up. She moves closer to me and opens the email. Dear Your Majesties, I am pleased to let you know that my team and I have successfully located the former queen. We have planted a tracking device on her as she is in constant motion. She seems to still be unaware of us or the tracking device. Before we attack, we need larger resources. I recommend having an army ready. And once she stops moving so often, we can strike. We need your permission to do so. But until then, we will continue to track her. Sincerely, Head Warrior Colton. They found her, Ariana mumbles in disbelief. They did. Now we can move forward with capturing her, I say, closing my laptop. Do you think this will cause a war? She whispers as I get up from the couch. I look back at her to see her staring at the ground in fear. Baby, it's okay. We found her, and we'll get her locked up soon. I try to reassure her. But what if she has an army with her? She wasn't the only one upset with me becoming queen, she says. I squat down so I'm looking her in the eyes. We have a stronger army. Don't stress about it. It's not good for the baby, I say, trying to calm her down. But how many wolves would we lose? I can't have pack members dying for me, she says, looking up at me. The fear in her eyes breaks my heart in so many ways. I can't choose which one hurts the most. You're their queen. They will always respect you and lay down their lives for you. You're just about as important as the moon goddess, I tell her, rubbing my hands over her arms. She rests her elbows on her knees and holds her head in her hands. I can hear her taking deep breaths and her heartbeat quickening. I know she's on the verge of a panic attack. I also know all I can do is be her comfort. I press a long kiss on her head and wrap her in my arms, hoping that's enough to calm her anxiety. Ding. I hear the noise coming from her laptop. Ariana shoots up from her crouched position to check her laptop. I see a few tears on her cheeks, but she quickly wipes them away. I stand up from my squat next to the couch and walk over to where Ariana is sitting. What was that? I ask, sitting down next to her. We can announce the baby today, she whispers, staring at her laptop screen. What? Did you get an email from the elders? I ask, turning to look at her. Yes, they said we can announce via broadcast. They're sending a camera crew here, she says, joy peeking through her voice. Let's get ready then. We have a baby to announce. I smile, pulling her out of the office. Do you want breakfast? I ask her as we reach our bedroom. She immediately went to her suitcase to find something to wear. I'm not hungry. I think it's the nerves, she says, pulling out one of her many dresses. Well, you still need to eat, at least for the baby, I say. I'll make you something small. I can make it myself. You get ready, she says, pushing me back. Okay, beautiful, I smirk, grabbing her face and placing a kiss on her lips. I pull away and go to grab a pair of slacks and a button-up shirt. Should I still try to hide my bump? She asks, looking at herself in the full-length mirror. She lifts up her shirt and rubs her small bump. What do you mean? I ask, buttoning up my shirt. Should I wear a tight dress or a loose one? She asks me. I really don't get women in fashion. I guess a tight one. I'm not good with clothes, baby. You know that. I laugh. Okay, is all she says as she changes into a tight, dark pink dress. I go into the bathroom to finish getting ready. As I'm styling my hair, Ariana walks into the bathroom. Her heels click against the tile, but what stands out is how noticeable her baby bump is. Wait, was that why she asked me about what to wear? You can really see the baby, huh? She says, turning to the side. I love it, I say, leaning down to place a kiss on her small belly. My phone then begins to ring. I pick it up right away. Hello? Hey, Damian, it's Conrad. So there's a camera crew at the pack house asking for you. Should I send them away? Oh, they're here for our baby announcement. Ariana and I will be there soon, I say, laughing slightly. Oh, okay, thank you. See you soon. Bye, I say, ending the call and turning to Ariana, who was trying to listen to the call. The camera crew is here. I smile at her. Already? We need to hurry up then, she says, running back into the bedroom. I place my crown on top of my head and then go to find Ariana. Ariana, we're in charge of them. They can wait as long as we'd like, I say, sitting down on the bed to put my shoes on. Damn, I don't like to make people wait for us, she says, doing her hair and then placing her crown on her head. I know, sweetie, I know. I smile, looking over at her. I'm ready, let's go, she says, pulling me out of the house. We quickly head to the pack house, where a bunch of camera crews are setting up. Somehow, they set up a background and everything. Soon, a crowd of Blue Crescent pack members surrounds the cameras, and we're about ready to start. Are you ready? Ariana asks me. I always have been. Are you? I smile as the camera crew gets ready to start broadcasting. I'm nervous, but I'll be okay, she says, which causes me to become concerned. Because I have you. Okay, we're about to start in, the guy holding the camera says. Ariana and I stand in our spots and wait for the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Welcome, Werewolf Kingdom, Ariana says, fake happiness filling her voice. We have begun this broadcast for a special announcement, I say. We wish that we could have done this from the castle, but we are out of town, and this announcement could not wait, Ariana says, her queen's etiquette coming out. But without further ado, I say, looking at Ariana, we're expecting the next heir. Chapter 21. Ariana's Point of View. We were back in the castle after a week of vacation. I was glad to be back, but the duties that came with it were not pleasant. It was now December, which meant the castle was decorated in red and green. Christmas was my favorite time of year in the castle, mainly because that's when I was allowed outside. My parents would let me run around the castle grounds during the winter, only because the gardeners and visitors were less likely to see me, since they would stop coming during the colder weather. She seems to have a pattern, Dante says, looking down at the large map spread across the table. It showed the places my mother has been since we had sightings of her, before we got the tracker. Yeah, staying just out of reach, Damian groans, rubbing his eyes as he leans back in his chair. The room is filled with multiple different warriors and alphas, all awaiting the announcement of war plans. King Damian, we need to decide what we're doing soon. We're just wasting time, Alpha Tito says, placing his hands down on the table. This takes time and strategy, Alpha. Work on your patience, I say, continuing to study the map, trying to find the best plan. Feisty. My wolf likes it, Damian mind-links. I look over at him quickly, giving him a wink. We don't know how many people are helping her. We could easily get ambushed if we're not careful. Damian sighs. Standing up from his seat, he starts pointing out different attack strategies. I soon felt useless in the crowd of men and decided to find myself a new seat on the couch on the other side of the room with a book. I didn't realize how long they were talking about strategies until I finished the last chapter of the book I was reading. I look up from my comfortable position. All the men are still huddled around the table. Well, that settles it then. We attack in a month, Damian says, dismissing all the men. The final warrior exits the room, and Damian lets down his tough face. He places his hands on the table, leaning against them. He hangs his head and lets out a loud sigh. Baby? You okay? I ask. I'm worried about him. He's been working non-stop without giving himself a break. I know he was worried about my mother and desperate to find her, but he needed to take care of himself as well. This is a lot more than what it was cut out to be, he says, lifting his head to look at me. You know, I could help you if you just let me, I say, standing up from the couch. I'm the king. I should be able to handle this by myself, he says, folding his arms in front of him. Every king needs a queen, I say, unfolding his arms and wrapping them around me. But you already do so much for the kingdom. I don't want you to feel stressed, he says, staring down at me. But you're making yourself stressed, which just worries me, I say. This is just so much. How did the moon goddess think I was meant for this? He asks, walking out of my arms and looking out the window. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. I quote, remembering one of my favorite books. Only you would quote Shakespeare when I'm upset. He laughs. And I love that. I smile towards Damian. He is so handsome. I got too lucky. I look past Damian and out the window. White flakes are falling slowly from the sky. It's snowing, I exclaim, running towards the window. I smile, seeing the green grass slowly turn white. Indeed it is, Damian says, coming up behind me and placing his hands on my shoulders. Come on, let's go outside, I say, pulling him out of the large room. We both put on a few layers before heading outside. Blue Crescent doesn't get much snow, Damian says, walking with his arm around me. We get a few inches every year. It only stays cold for about a month or two, I say as we walk through the snow-covered garden. Are you ready for the Christmas ball tonight? He asks me. Every year, there was an annual Christmas ball, which would also be my first. I had a tight red dress picked out to wear, while Damian was just going with a simple black and white tuxedo. He wasn't too pleased about the ball. This was our first as king and queen, and his distaste did not change. Planning the ball was rather fun. It was definitely made for a queen. I had to pick out tablecloths, napkins, color schemes, floral arrangements, almost anything you could think of. I guess so. It's another first for me, I say, admiring the beautiful castle I had the pleasure of living in, dusted with snow. It's not anything special. I skipped it most times, Damian says, trying to help. Didn't you skip almost every ball? I ask, thinking back to my parents' annoyance with the man standing next to me. That's very true. It seemed useless, he says. My parents would talk for days about how rude you were to skip the many balls, I say, waiting for his reaction. Oh well, I'll be at every ball now, right? He jokes. Because you're required to, I mumble, hoping he didn't hear me. I enjoy them. I make the choice to come, he exclaims. You tried to cancel every ball, I protest. Whatever, he grumbles. We finish our walk before heading inside to get ready for the ball. The Christmas decorations looked gorgeous, as always. So charming. A few hours later, guests start arriving for the ball. Damian, your hair looks fine. We need to get downstairs now, I groan, trying to get him to stop, fixing his hair. It just doesn't look right, he says, still touching his hair. He's been in the bathroom for almost an hour, and we need to leave. It looks great, I say, pulling his hands away from his head. I move his hair around a bit and then place his crown on. See, you look hot. Look at that bump, he says, staring at me in the mirror. The dress I was wearing was very tight, which meant my baby bump was on full display. This was the first public encounter since we announced the baby, so I felt like it was right. I know. The baby is getting big. I smile, rubbing a hand over my growing belly. But we need to get downstairs. Once we're downstairs, we start welcoming the villagers and some alphas. The ballroom looks magical with all the decorations and music. Congratulations on the next heir, your majesties, a little old lady says, giving us a small curtsy. Thank you very much, I smile. Your majesties, we've found a strange man lurking around the back of the castle. Please stay near the guards as we approach this man. One of our head warriors mind links us. Instantly, our personal guards get a bit closer. We've closed off all entrances. You should be safe, your majesties. Jefferson, one of our guards, says. We never had one of these scares before, but all the guards knew what to do. Everyone in the ballroom kept acting as though nothing was wrong, which was a good sign. Dante comes rushing up to us, making sure we are okay. It's just a strange man. We're fine, I joke, placing my hand in Damian's. Anything could be a threat. We have to take drastic measures, Dante says seriously. I roll my eyes at him. We keep getting congratulated on our pregnancy as we anxiously wait for the result of the strange man. Damian is on edge, waiting like this. Finally, after 30 minutes, we got a reply. He had a gun and smelled like the past queen. He's now in the dungeon, waiting to be questioned. Have them run the perimeter of the castle to make sure there aren't any others, Damian says in his alpha voice. The ball is over. Chapter 22. Ariana's point of view. Standing in front of the dungeon doors was something I never wished to do. The dark, eerie feeling that resounded from inside the underground prison sent chills up my spine. The two very large guards move from the door, allowing Damian and me to walk down the steep stairs. I hate this place, I whisper, holding Damian's hand tightly. It's not meant to be enjoyed, Damian grumbles. He tries to joke, but it comes out more as an insult. I know he didn't mean to. His wolf is very angry, and he is having a hard time controlling him. The fact that a rogue wolf got past our borders hinted at a possible spy in our kingdom. I think I might throw up, I say as we reach the bottom of the stairs. The many empty prison cells reek of feces, blood, and vomit. Being pregnant doesn't help with the bile that rises in my throat. We walk to the end of the hallway of cells, into a large office-like room. It is very clean and pristine. There is a one-way mirror on the opposite side of the room. I can see a very dirty and beaten man sitting chained to a chair through the mirror. Your Majesties, the warriors say in unison, bowing towards us. They were all awaiting our arrival to question him. Has he said anything? Damian asks, letting go of my hand to take off his suit coat. He rolls up the sleeves of his white button-up shirt, walking towards the window. He's been completely silent. Adon, one of the warriors, says. I'll make him talk, Damian says, walking back over to me. The warriors dismiss themselves to go get a report from the wolves who ran the border. You sure you got this? I ask Damian. Oh, I think I'll be just fine, he says, prideful. I look up at him as he hands me his suit coat. His eyes keep flashing gold. I can feel his wolf fighting to be let loose. Just don't kill him, I say, reaching up to undo his bow tie. I pull it off him and press a quick peck to his lips. I'll try not to, he says, walking to the door that leads into the room where the wolf is being held. I slide his suit coat on over my sleeveless dress, loving the way his scent wraps around me. I fidget with his bow tie as he walks into the room. I walk up to the window, listening to the conversation through the speaker that connects the two rooms. So you can either answer my question willingly, and you'll be fine, or I'll force the answers out of you, Damian says, his voice getting deeper as he lets his wolf have slight control. The rogue doesn't reply. He continues to stare forward, right at me. Which are you going to choose? Damian says, walking in front of him. He makes eye contact with Damian as a smirk makes its way onto his bruised face. I guess you're choosing the hard way, Damian says. Who do you work for? The rogue doesn't reply, just stares up at Damian with a sickly look. Damian quickly gets angry and punches the man. The man's head falls to the side. He looks back up at Damian, his nose bleeding. Answer me. The rogue smirks at Damian, showing off his bloodied teeth. He then spits blood right in Damian's face. Wrong move, rogue. You just messed with the wrong Alpha. Damian smiles evilly at the man. I can feel him let his wolf take complete control through our link. He instantly grabs the man by his neck and pulls him up into the air with a chair. He lets out a loud roar as the rogue starts to turn blue. The other warriors enter the room upon hearing the loud noise. Tell me! Damian's wolf roars, his claws forming from his hands. He then throws the man at the far wall, the chair breaking into millions of pieces. I've never seen Damian so violent. I knew he was capable of it, every Alpha is, but it scares me to see him like this. He then pounces on top of the man and starts digging his claws into the rogue. Queen Ariana, he's going to kill that man if we don't stop him. Do we have permission to intervene? Adon asks me. I know if anyone other than me were to go into that room, they'd be bait. I'm the only one who can stop him. I'll go in, I say, mustering up all the courage I can. I feel my wolf help me, pushing me to stop him. Damian, stop before you kill him. I yell as soon as I enter the room. He stops for a split second, looking at me. Ariana, get out of here before you get hurt, he says, going back to sinking his claws into the man. No, Damian, get off of him now, I say, using my Luna command for the first time. He instantly gets off the bloody man and looks at me. His shirt has blood stains all over it, and the blood is still on his face. You used your Luna command, he says, his eyes slowly turning back to their original color. Yes, now get out of this room, I say, pointing toward the door. Now! He quickly scurries out of the room. I look back at the man lying on the ground. He makes eye contact with me, a sly look washing over his face. "You have your mother's eyes," he whispers. I quickly leave the room, slamming the door behind me. "Warriors, lock him up in a cell. Make sure he doesn't bleed out. We need information from him," I say, all the men following my commands. "As for you," I say, looking directly at Damian, "to the suite now." I storm in front of him. He follows me like a lost puppy. For some reason, I felt upset with him. He almost killed the one thing that would give us more information on the war we were preparing to face. Once we reach the suite, Damian tries to plead his case. "Baby, I couldn't control my wolf. You know that," he pleads, showing his hands in surrender. His hands are stained red with the rogue's blood, his shirt and face as well. "Go clean yourself before you talk anymore," I grumble out, walking toward the couch. He wanders upstairs to change, while I plop down on the couch. I kick my heels off and place a hand on my growing bump. My ankles had begun to swell, causing my feet to throb in pain. Now, almost 2 months into my 5-month pregnancy, I was already wanting to have my baby in my arms instead of dealing with all the side effects. I rest against the plush couch, resting my feet on the coffee table. I close my eyes, trying to calm my annoyance toward my mate. I hear footsteps walking down the stairs. I open my eyes, meeting the handsome man. "Okay, I'm all clean," he says, showing his hands to me. He had changed into workout shorts and a sweatshirt. "Your wolf needs to learn more control," I say, giving him a cold look. "I know, I'm working on it. At least we know you can calm me down even at my worst." He tries to joke, sitting down next to me. "Yes, but I don't want to have to get all worked up every time your wolf decides he wants to get angry. It ruins my day," I say, looking at him. "I know, I'm sorry. I'm gonna control him better," he says, grabbing my hand. "You used your Luna command for the first time." "Yeah, I don't like it," I say. "The rogue told me something." "Wait, really? Tell me," he says, getting excited. "As I was leaving, he told me that I have my mother's eyes," I say, looking down. "Now that confirms he's working with your mother." "I knew it," he says, smiling at the thought of making progress. "He creeped me out so much. It was like I could see my mother in him," I say, a shiver running down my spine. "The Border Patrol said that they found other rogue scents around the border," he says, wrapping an arm around me. "This is all getting too real." I sigh, leaning against his shoulder. "How was I supposed to sleep after this all? I'm here to protect you. They'd have to kill me before I'd let anything happen to you," he says, placing a kiss on my head. That's what I was scared of. Chapter 23. Damian's POV. "What do you think about this plan?" I ask my beta, Dante. "We've been stuck in the conference room for hours trying to get a war plan set. I found that having all the alphas here caused too much argument to complete anything. So I decided that Dante and I could do it by ourselves. There are still flaws. We could lose," he replied, leaning back in his chair. "Damn it," I grunt, turning away from the big table with all the battle strategies. I place my hands on my head and let out a frustrated sigh. A quick knock on the door and a small whiff of their scents had Dante and me racing for the door. We opened the 2 very large mahogany doors to see our mate standing with arms full of trays of food. "We brought you lunch since you haven't come out yet," Clarissa says, smiling at Dante. "We wanted to make sure you were still alive." Ariana laughs. "It's only been a few hours, but I missed her so much." I went to grab the tray from her, but she swatted away my hand. "I've got it," she says, walking past me and setting it down on the conference table with Clarissa. "Have you settled on a battle plan yet?" Clarissa asks as Dante and I start to eat. I didn't realize how hungry I was until the food was in front of me. "Not yet," Dante mumbles, focused on eating. "We need to do something soon. Sitting around and waiting isn't doing anything," Ariana says, looking at files laid out on the table. "You don't think I know that?" I ask, already annoyed at myself. Her adding on to it was not helping my temper. "No need to get snappy," she exclaims. I could feel through our bond that she was annoyed that I snapped at her. She doesn't get it. "Well, Sorry if I'm annoyed that I can't find a good battle plan because alphas have started to pull their warriors out of the war. The damn rogue won't speak a single word to me. And your stupid mother keeps changing where she's going, I say, standing up from my seat. I knew I was getting too harsh, but it just slipped out. The fire that ignited in her eyes meant I was in trouble. I know that you're annoyed and stressed. I'm your mate. I feel it. But that doesn't give you the right to lash out at me. I'm supposed to help you through these things, but I can't when all you do is hide in your office and yell at me, she argues, pushing me back into my chair. Eat your food and shut up. 2 sets of laughter were heard, neither from Ariana nor me. I look over to see Dante sitting in his chair, laughing, while Clarissa's arms are around his shoulder as she tries to hide her laughter by shoving her face into his neck. You two are quite entertaining. Dante smiles, smirking at me. Remind me to never get pregnant, Ariana mad. Dante? Clarissa scolds him, still laughing. It is cute watching you two bicker, though. I will always love the way Ariana manhandles Damian, Dante says, taking a bite from his sandwich. Sometimes the king needs a good ass whooping. Ariana smiles, walking past me, spinning my chair in circles as she does. I stop myself from spinning, pulling up my chair to the table. I watch as Ariana grabs her laptop, which she seems to carry with her everywhere. She really shouldn't be carrying such a heavy item when she's 2.5 months pregnant. I couldn't believe that we were already halfway to meeting our baby. I watched her walk over to the table to sit next to me. Her round stomach was something I was going to miss in a few months. But I think holding our baby in my arms would make up for that. You look like a love-struck puppy, Dante mocks me, staring at my mate. You do too, I shot back. Yeah, but I never made fun of my beta for being in love. You told me it was stupid and shouldn't have that much of an effect on someone, he states, pulling Clarissa into his lap. I regret ever saying those words. I've been proven wrong, I say, pressing a kiss to Ariana's cheek. Somehow, we can have huge arguments but be perfectly fine 5 minutes later. I got an email from Colton, she says, leaning closer to me. Really? That could help us, Dante says, getting excited at the possibility of progress. Dear King and Queen, I bring you great news. I have located the former Queen's headquarters. We have set up base a few miles away from them. They do indeed have a large army, but they haven't moved in several weeks. I would suggest an attack in the next couple of days. We cannot attack on our own and will need multiple warriors to come. I've attached the location below. Please contact me soon. Sincerely, Head Warrior Colton. I look at Ariana as she finishes reading the email. The location was overseas, in the middle of Spain. How did she even get over there? Get him on the phone now. I command at Dante. He quickly dials him and places his phone on speaker in the middle of the table. Hello, Beta Dante. What is the problem? Hello, Colton. It's King Damian. We just received your email, I say using my alpha tone. Good afternoon, Your Highness. Have you made a decision about the battle? He asked. I knew the decision I needed to make. Ariana would hate me for it. I have made the decision. Beta Dante will stay here and guard the castle and the queen, while I will fly with 100 warriors to your location tonight, I state, closing my eyes, waiting for Ariana's reaction. Dante knew I had to do this. It was only right for me to go. What? I hear Ariana whisper. I look up to see her staring at me with fear in her eyes. Sounds good, Your Highness. We will begin to prepare for your arrival, he says, then hangs up. We'll give you two some privacy, Clarissa says, pulling Dante out of the room. I place my hands on Ariana's as she sits in her slumped-over form. She lets her head fall into my hands, and I can feel her wet tears. I lean down and place a kiss on her head, and nuzzle my nose right next to her cheek. I know you have to go. It's your duty as king, but I'm so scared. She stutters through her tears. I pull her head up so I can look at her. I know it's scary, but I'll be fine. It's one little fight, I say, trying to ease her nerves. I wasn't certain of the outcome of this fight. I only knew that I would try my hardest to make it out alive to hold my baby. You don't know that for certain. Anything could happen to you, she cries. It's like she could read my mind. She can. I'm a very strong wolf with a very strong army behind me. Your mother doesn't stand a chance, I say, pulling her into my lap. "Why did my mother have to be so heartless?" she asks, looking into my eyes. "I promise you, I will come back safe, and your mother will no longer be a threat," I state, knowing I had to keep this promise. I see the tears welling up in her eyes. She's gonna crack soon, and I'm not ready for the waterfall. "Please, don't go," she whispers, wrapping her arms around me. I squeezed her tight in my embrace. I was gonna miss her terribly. With Amber. "Alpha King, we need to take off soon," a random flight attendant reminds me for the 100th time. I've been standing with Ariana, procrastinating on getting on the plane full of warriors. "You need to go," Ariana says reluctantly. I wasn't ready to leave her. I've never been away from her for this long. It's normally a few hours, and that's while we're still in the same building. Now I'm gonna be miles away, overseas, in the middle of nowhere, away from her. I felt a few tears prick my eyes as I realized I truly needed to leave. "I'll be back as soon as the war is over, I promise." Placing a kiss on her forehead. "Call me whenever you can. Always keep your mind link open," she commands, holding back all of her emotions. This was already such a hard decision for her, and the hormones didn't help at all. "I'm gonna miss you too much," I spit out. I grab her and pull her into my arms. "You need to leave before I start crying again," she says, wiping a tear that had fallen from my eye. I lean down and place a long kiss on her lips. I knew I wouldn't get to kiss her for a long time, so I savored the moment. She pushed me towards the plane, but I stopped her, leaning down and placing a kiss on her belly. Who knew how big her belly would be when I got back? It was only meant to be a short trip, but that depended on the war. I vowed to be back with Ariana before she gave birth. No matter what happened, I couldn't bear to miss the birth of my child. I reluctantly walked towards the plane, watching Ariana the entire time. I soon have to walk up the stairs and onto the plane. I take my seat in the first class section. I take a deep breath and a big gulp. The weight of being king was becoming so realistic. I sometimes had these types of situations as Alpha in Blue Crescent, but it was small groups of rogues or a disagreement with another pack. This was a true battle, and I didn't just have my pack to worry about. I had the whole kingdom to protect, including my mate. Chapter 24. Ariana's Point of View. It's been 2 months without Damian, and it's harder than I could have ever imagined. I've gotten into a routine without him. I'm not crying every night, but I'm still not used to waking up by myself, doing my royal duties without him, and going to royal meetings without him. Yesterday, I went to my doctor's appointment for the baby. It was weird not having him next to me. He promised to FaceTime me during the ultrasound, but a fight had begun before he had the chance to tell me. The war against my mother and her army was ongoing. 2 days after Damian arrived in Spain, they attacked my mother's base. Both armies were very strong. A fight would begin, and then my mother's army would run back and hide until they started another fight. Dante and I have a nightly meeting call with Damian, updating us on everything. That's where we're headed right now. Dante was supposed to keep me safe while the war went on, since both my mate and personal bodyguard were elsewhere. I've become closer to him and Clarissa since Damian's been gone. They would let me sleep in their beta suite whenever the large royal suite was too much by myself. I was so grateful to have such thoughtful friends to keep me company during this time. "How was your ultrasound?" Dante asks as we walk side by side. "Good," I said. I had gotten some news from the doctor. I was pregnant with twins. I should be excited, but I couldn't help but want Damian to be here to share the news with him. "Was Damian able to call you?" he asks. We turn a corner and see a few guards walking by. I wait for the guards to be out of earshot before I answer. "No, a fight had begun before he could call me," I say, feeling my mood plummet to the ground. "Is the baby doing good?" he asks. I could tell he was trying to keep a conversation. "Yeah, the doctor said that the babies are perfectly healthy," I reply. "Wait, babies? Plural? Two?" he exclaims, stopping dead in his tracks. "Oh no, you weren't supposed to know that. How did I let that slip?" I groan. I wanted Damian to be the first to know. "Does Damian know?" he asks, continuing to walk. "No, I found out today and haven't been able to call him yet," I say as we reach the conference room. "I'll keep it quiet, but I'm not sure I can keep it away from Clarissa," he jokes, taking his seat across from me. I understand. I might come over after I talk to Damian, I say, dialing the number we were given to our base. You're always welcome. He smiles at me. Hello. I hear the static noise from the phone. Hello, this is Queen Ariana and Royal Beta Dante, I say, putting a strong tone through my voice. I'll transfer you to the king, the man says. Every day it was a different person who picked up the phone. Damian said it was whoever was closest. Ariana, Dante, I hear my mate's voice say, out of breath. We're here. What's wrong? I ask, scared as to why he sounded hurt. Nothing. I was just too excited to hear your voice, he says. Dante groans, and I hear a slight groan from Colton through the phone. Enough with the love stuff. Just give us an update, Dante says. Fine. We had another attack an hour ago. They retreated much quicker, though. They're getting weaker. We should be able to finish them in a few days if everything goes right, Damian says. Colton adds a few more things, but all I can think about is how close I am to seeing Damian. Okay then, we wish you luck. Bring us a quick victory. Now you two can have your love call. Dante sighs, leaving the room. I'll talk to you in a few. Bye, I say, hanging up the phone and quickly heading to the suite so I could talk to Damian in private. I plop down on our big fluffy bed with my phone in hand. I dial Damian's private number and FaceTime him. He answers instantly. Baby, goddess, I've missed you. Damian smiles as his face pops onto my phone. He has a few new cuts on his face, but they aren't that bad. I've missed you too, damn. I can't help but smile. How's the nursery coming along? He asks. Recently, we've been having some renovations done to the suite. We were adding a few more bedrooms and closing off our bedroom so it wasn't a loft anymore. I would need to talk to the contractors and designers about adding an extra crib for the second baby. Good, they're almost done. I'll show you, I say, getting up from the bed. I turn the camera around so he can see some of the construction. Having a hallway upstairs must be weird, he says. It is. Here's the nursery, I say, walking into the room that was almost done. Wow, that's crazy, he states. The room was almost done, only needing a few more things. The whole suite looks really good with all the renovations, I say, walking back to our bedroom. I want to come home. I miss the castle, he says, laying down on his cot inside his tent on base. I miss you the most. Hopefully only a few more days, I say. Being optimistic was the only thing I could do. Oh, how was the ultrasound? He asks. I'm sorry I couldn't call. It's fine. You had wolves to fight. I laugh. But it went really well. The doctor gave me some news. Really? Is it good? He asks. I can feel him get worried through our bond. Yeah. She told me that we're have. I was cut off by an alarm blaring through the phone. Baby, I'm so sorry, but I really have to go. Before he could hang up, I heard a loud bang, and then the screen went black. A sharp pain went through my left shoulder, but it wasn't my own pain. It was Damian's. My wolf was trying to reach him through our mind link, but he wouldn't respond. I started to panic as I felt the anxiety creep up on me. I know I can't be alone right now, or I'll hurt myself. I instantly head out of the suite and towards Clarissa and Dante's place. I could feel my tears start welling up in my eyes, as I still couldn't reach Damian. I quickened my pace across the castle towards my beta suite. When I reach their door, I pull it open right away, step in, and slam it behind me. My tears start to fall when I hear footsteps come down their stairs. Ariana? I hear Dante ask. He shouldn't have to see me like this. Where's Clarissa? I stutter, not looking at him as he walks towards me. She's in the village. What's wrong? He says, concern lacing his voice. He keeps his distance from me, but I couldn't hold it anymore. I take the few steps to him and wrap my arms around him. I was talking to Damian when an alarm started, and then a loud bang, and then the screen went black. I ramble, squeezing him as he rubs my back. Have you tried mind-linking him? Dante asks. Yes. He won't answer, and I can feel his pain. I cry, more tears falling down my cheeks as it begins to become difficult to breathe. Dante notices and moves me to lay down on their couch. Ariana, take deep breaths. Damian is fine, Dante says softly. Damian is the only person to ever see one of my anxiety attacks. It was something I didn't want people to know, but I can't help it now. I mind-linked Colton. And Damian is fine, he says. I feel my eyes start to close. Just go to sleep. It's okay. With that, I willingly go to sleep, feeling the pain from my mate with tears falling down my face. Chapter 25. Damian's POV. Yeah, she told me that we're have. Ariana was cut off by the alarm blaring through our base. It meant that Ariana's mother's army was attacking. I had to get out and help my men. Baby, I'm so sorry, but I really have to go, I say to her. But before I could hang up, a loud bang rang through my head. Before I could register the bomb that had just blown up a few feet away from me, my phone went flying through the air, and so did I. I landed on my back, but what hurt the most was a searing pain in my left shoulder. I looked down to see a large gash on my shoulder. I tried to push myself up, but my arm gave out, and I knew my shoulder wasn't healing anytime soon. I saw a large wolf running towards me. It pounced, but before it could get to me, I grabbed its neck and flung it somewhere around the base. Colton runs up to me and helps me get up. My shoulder kept throbbing, but I tried to push through and see what the damage was to the base. We need to get you medical attention. I can't have you passing out on my watch. Ariana would kill me, Colton says, trying to put pressure on my shoulder to stop the bleeding. I quickly push him off and shift to head towards the fight. I didn't need to worry about myself when I had my entire kingdom to worry about. I start sprinting towards the fight, ignoring the limp in my left paw. I see all my men easily outnumbering the other wolves. My men are killing wolves left and right. I proudly watch them until I see a wolf running towards me. As I prepare to fight him, hoping I can, even though I'm down a limb, Colton, in wolf form, jumps in front of me, grabs the wolf's neck, and throws him into a tree. Your mate is worried. Open your mind link and talk to her, Colton says through our mind link. He has no right to tell me how to deal with my mate. I didn't want her worrying about me. It wasn't good for her anxiety or the baby. I could feel her poking at the wall I built to keep her out of my mind. She's fine, I tell myself. I'm going to find the leader of all this. I start running past all the fighting and toward the enemy's base. I hear Colton mumble something about telling Ariana himself, but I didn't pay much attention to it. As I ran through the forest, I started to smell smoke and ash. I could almost see the large building that was the former queen's base. Finally, I exited the forest and saw the large building up in flames. I smelled around the building, trying to see if anyone was still inside. I couldn't catch a scent. Did my men do this? Or did they willingly do it to themselves? Did any of you set the enemy's base on fire? I ask all of my warriors. I get a resounding, no, Alpha. That meant they did it themselves. They fled, and now we don't know where they are. I start running back to our base, hoping all the other wolves aren't still fighting. When I reach the base, I see all my men bandaging wounds or moving around the rubble. Now that I'm not worrying about anyone trying to kill me, I can assess the damage. They had set off many bombs, causing almost our whole base to be torn apart. I shift and pull on a pair of shorts I found lying in the rubble. The adrenaline had stopped, and I could now feel all the pain in my shoulder. Colton, they're gone. They burnt down their base, and no one is left here, I say, walking towards him. I could feel myself starting to get lightheaded from all the blood I've lost. I know. We tried to use our tracker, but she somehow disconnected it, Colton says, walking up to me. I need to get to Ariana. Her mother is going after him. Then everything went black. A's. Ariana's point of view. I wake up on Clarissa and Dante's couch, feeling sore and still tired. Everything from last night is still fresh in my mind. I can still feel a slight ache in my shoulder from Damian's pain. Oh, hi. You're finally awake, I hear Clarissa say as she walks into the living room, holding 2 cups of tea. Are there any updates on Damian and the warriors? I ask, taking the cup of tea she handed me. I sit up on the couch so I can properly drink it. Not any that I've been told. Dante might have some news, she says, sitting next to me. Where is he? I ask, rubbing my almost full-grown belly. He's in a meeting with the elders. Something happened at the base. I'm not allowed to know yet, she says, looking down at her cup. I just hope he's okay. I whisper. I can't do this without him. I promise you he's coming back to you and the babies. She smiles. Dante told you? I ask, looking up at her. Yeah, he couldn't keep a secret from me. She laughs. They have such a perfect relationship. I almost told Damian, but then a fight started. I trail off. I feel a sharp kick from one of the babies. They started kicking right after Damian left. He was crushed when he couldn't feel his baby. I started to notice that they would react to my touch and that you could see them too. They just kicked. I smile, placing my cup on the coffee table and putting my hand on my stomach. Really? Can I feel? Clarissa asks. She is so sweet. Of course. Here, I'll lift my shirt. And you can actually see them too. I lift my shirt over my large belly. I tap the side of my belly, and not even a second later, a little hand pops up. I place Clarissa's hand on top of where they've been kicking. Wow, that's so amazing, she says. I see a flash of jealousy in her eyes. Have you and Dante thought about kids? I ask, hoping I'm not crossing any lines. Yes, actually, we've been trying but haven't had any success, she says, removing her hands. I'm sure it'll all come in the moon goddess's timing. It just takes patience, I say, grabbing her hand. You're such an amazing person and queen. She smiles. I'm just doing my job. I laugh. Suddenly, a guard rushes into the suite, looking frantic. Queen Ariana and Royal Beta Female. There has been an attack on the castle, and I need to take you both to the safe room. Now, he states, obviously on Beta command. Wait, what? I ask, standing up from the couch. Pardon my rudeness, Your Majesty, but I need you safe before I answer questions, he says, escorting Clarissa and me out of the suite and down towards the basement. We enter the safe room, and I see that it's only going to be Clarissa and me for however long we'll be in here. I am going to lock this room, and the Beta or King will release you. If you have an emergency, mind link someone or use the phone, he says, pointing to the red phone sitting on the wall. Wait, is the King here? I ask, running up to him. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I have to close this door now, he says, closing the large silver door on me. Is Damian here, Clarissa? I ask as I start pacing. I don't know. Dante isn't responding, she says, sitting on the floor. Neither is Damian, I say, starting to worry. I can feel my anxiety rising, but somehow pacing helps. Ariana, sit down. We're going to be in here a while, Clarissa says, patting the spot next to her. I take the seat and lean my head against the wall. We spend an hour in this room, either sitting and talking or just sitting in our own thoughts. I get back up and start pacing again. I feel pressure starting to build up around my stomach, but I think it's just because I was sitting for so long without moving. After a few minutes of walking, I feel a pop in between my legs, and then a wetness rolling down my legs. Clarissa, I think my water just broke. I gasp, looking down at my legs. What? You still have 3 more weeks till your due date, she says, quickly standing up. I know. What do? I say, starting to panic. Sit down. I'll call your doctor and we'll get you to the hospital, Clarissa says, going for the red phone. I sit down, taking deep breaths. Oh goddess, please let Damian be here, I whisper, looking up. Chapter 26. Damian's POV. I woke up on a plane. The last thing I remember was standing in the destroyed base. Where were we going? Is everything all right? Is Ariana safe? My head shot up from the makeshift bed, and I looked around to see Colton and the rest of the warriors. Where are we going? I ask, trying to sit up. But what stops me is the sling my arm was in. Stop before you hurt your shoulder anymore, Ash, the medic tells me. He then helps me up so that I'm standing. We're headed back to the castle. There's been an attack, Colin says. What? Is Ariana okay? I ask, worry shooting through me. Yes, she's in the safe room. We're almost there, he says. Can I shift? With my shoulder? I look over at Ash. Yes, just be careful. Try not to trip or be too hard on it, Ash replies. I look down at the stitches that were embedded in my shoulder. Will I rip my stitches? I ask, touching around on my shoulder, feeling how tender it is. Yes, but is that going to stop you, my king? Ash jokes, and I smile towards him. We then land the plane, and as I'm about to step out of the plane, a feeling of pain and worry from Ariana ripples through me. Where is Ariana? My wolf instantly takes control and roars at the men. Ariana was in pain, and I could feel her fear. What if someone got to her? What about the baby? She's in the safe room, Colin says. I trip and fall onto the grass as a searing pain tears through my abdomen. Then why is she in pain? I ask, quickly getting up and heading toward the castle. I start sprinting as the rest of my men follow closely behind. The pain kept getting stronger. I had to get to her. As soon as I stepped out of the forest, where I could see the castle, I knew it was going to be a long fight to get to Ariana. The castle was surrounded by fighting wolves. The royal village was already evacuated, and all of them rushed to the castle for safety, while Ariana had to be in the safe room, away from everyone. Dante was leading the defense, but he needed help. Men, we need to finish this quickly and correctly. Your queen is in pain, and I need to get to her as quickly as possible, but we need to finish this. If you find the former queen, bring her to me instantly, I say, turning towards my men. I knew that she would be here. This was the final battle. We all shift and run towards the battlefield, ready to end this. I start running past all the fighting wolves, trying to see how close to the castle I could get, while my men scattered themselves around the field, helping others. I didn't get too close to the castle before a wolf came running towards me. I quickly blocked his attack and grabbed him by the neck. I flipped him over and quickly neutralized him. This continued for another hour. I just couldn't get to Ariana. The former queen wasn't showing herself, but her men were quickly falling. As I fought off one more wolf, I got a mind link. We found her. She's headed your way, Alpha, Dante says. I quickly look around, trying to find the former queen. I found her, hiding at the edge of the forest, slowly moving out into the field. I dodge the wolf that was running towards me as another warrior takes care of him. I sprint towards her. She couldn't get away now. Once this was over, Ariana would be safe, and the kingdom would have reassurance that the king was avenged after her high treason. I would finally see my mate and my unborn pup. She soon sees me running towards her and starts running the other way. She couldn't outrun me. This was the end for her. I finally got close enough to tackle her to the ground. I shifted and held a hand on her neck. You think this is the end? There will never be an end. There will always be people who hate Ariana and want her gone. It wasn't wrong to hide her. I was trying to keep her safe from the world. She will never be a true queen, Scarlatine scowls, trying to get out of my hold. Ariana is and will be queen for the rest of her life. You did nothing to protect her, you mistreated her, and you acted like she didn't exist. She is your daughter, so what if she were a firstborn daughter instead of a son? She can't control that, but you could have controlled how you dealt with it. Ariana is an amazing queen. The kingdom loves her. They never felt that with you. You have committed so many acts of treason. I have no choice but to end this. So this is the end. And with that, I ended her threat once and for all. I leave her there and start walking toward where all the wolves were fighting. As I exit the forest, I see all my men done fighting. Every single wolf that was against us has been defeated. The former queen is defeated. We are safe. I announce loudly to the crowd of warriors. It then hits me again in a wave of pain. I need to get to Ariana. I instruct my men to clean up and help the village with any damage, while I start running towards the castle to find where Ariana was. On the way, I found some pants and a shirt, but with all the dirt all over me, it didn't help. As soon as I enter the castle, I come to a stop. I start sniffing around, trying to find her scent. Somehow I couldn't. Was that because of the safe room? I then see Soraya come running towards me. Thank the goddess you're here. Come with me, she says, pulling me through the castle. What's wrong? Is Ariana okay? I ask, trying to get her to tell me. She wouldn't say anything. Tell me. I can't. You'll see when we get there, she says. I then realize she's taking me to the infirmary. As we enter the large hospital wing, my heart is in my throat, and my stomach drops. I see Clarissa sitting in the small waiting area with her head in her hands. I see a nurse come out of the room. As the door opens and closes, I can hear sounds of struggle and pain. It sounds like Ariana. I immediately rush towards the room, trying to find her, but I'm held back by multiple nurses and Soraya. Let me go! I need to see my mate! I roar, trying to break free, but the exhaustion from the battle makes it extremely hard. Your Highness, I need you to sit down, please. I looked at the nurse, in fear of what she was about to tell me. They force me into a chair across from Clarissa, as she looks up at me with sympathy in her eyes. What's happening? I whisper, feeling so helpless as tears start to form in my eyes. She went into labor while she was in the safe room. Beta female Clarissa immediately called us, and we went to get them. But we couldn't get in without one of the high warriors or you releasing them. So as we were waiting for a warrior to get there, Ariana had an anxiety attack, which caused her to fall into a state of panic. She started to have medical complications as we got to her and rushed her here. She is still struggling and is in a non-responsive state, meaning she isn't responding to anything we do but is feeling all of her pain. The babies are coming, but we need to stabilize her before they can be born, the nurse tells me. Why did she say babies? We aren't having twins. But what if I can help stabilize her? I ask, hoping just to see Ariana. We aren't sure if that would help. Let me go talk to the doctor, and I'll come back to tell you an update, the nurse says. Please stay here. Wait, what happens if you can't stabilize her? I ask, grabbing the nurse's hand. At that point, it would be your decision to either save the babies or save the queen. Chapter 27. Damian's POV. Thump, thump, thump. All I could hear was my heart. It felt like it was in my throat, but sounded like it was in my brain. I couldn't keep still. Either my knee was bouncing or I was tapping the chair. I was in a state of fear, pain, and anxiety. The nurse hasn't come out of the operating room yet, and I was staring holes in the door. She's going to be okay, Clarissa says. She was still sitting across from me. I quickly move my stare from the door to her and back. But what if she isn't? I ask, rubbing my hands over my face. The same pain runs through my shoulder. It hasn't healed, and it was all bloody, but I haven't put it back in the sling yet. What happened to your arm? Clarissa asks. A blast at the base. It was right before we came here, I say. Then Dante, Colton, and Ash walk into the medical wing. Dante immediately runs and wraps Clarissa in a hug. Is she okay? Colton asks me, sitting down next to me. Ash grabs some medical supplies and starts wrapping my shoulder. We don't know yet, I say, wincing as Ash cleans out my injuries. Not knowing what was happening to Ariana was slowly eating at me. Your Highness, may I speak to you privately? The nurse says, running out of the operating room. There was blood on her scrubs, and sounds of struggle were still coming from the room. Ash placed my arm in a sling, and I followed the nurse to a back room. What's happening? I ask anxiously. The doctor said that our best bet would be for you to come in and try to comfort her. That might set off some form of ease and calmness in her. But I have to warn you, you must stay calm and not show your fear or anger. This will only harm her, she says. Then take me to her. And she did. But what I saw was something I never wished to see again. Ariana was in a hospital bed with many wires attached to her. She had her eyes closed and seemed to be asleep until she started shaking and crying out in pain. The doctors kept checking to see if the baby was coming. She was in so much pain that I couldn't move. Your Highness, either help her or get out, the doctor says to me. That snapped me out of my fear. I rush to her side and grab her hand. I run my good hand through her hair, pushing it out of her face. Ariana, baby, I'm here. Take some deep breaths. I know you're under there. Just break through, I say to her, placing a kiss on her forehead. Her heart rate is going down. She's coming back. Keep talking to her, a nurse says to me. Come on, baby. I'm back home. We get to see our beautiful baby soon. Even sooner if you wake up, I say, pressing a kiss to her hand. Your Highness, she's responding. You look beautiful. You're doing so well. Come on, baby. Break through, I whisper next to her. I start to feel tears fall down my face. I knew that people were doing so much behind me, but all I cared about was Ariana and the baby. We won, Your mom, we stopped her. You're safe. Just break through so I can see those beautiful eyes of yours, I say, placing a kiss on her lips. Suddenly, the monitor tracking her heartbeat flatlines. I feel a terrifying pain throughout my body, like my heart is getting ripped out. Her heart stopped. Her breathing slowed. We're losing her. No, this isn't happening. She's okay. No, no, no. I grab her hand and press it to my face, hoping it'll wake her up. I couldn't feel a pulse. I look up at the doctor frantically checking Ariana. I lock eyes with the doctor, and I knew it. She's gone, isn't she? I whisper, tears running down my face. The doctor looks at me and nods. A sob breaks through my body. The nurses and doctor leave the room, giving me some privacy. I lay my head on her hand, sobbing. I can't do this without you, A. You're my everything. You're the meaning of my life. You changed my life. You make me so happy. Don't do this. Oh, goddess. No. I sob, pressing a long kiss to her hand. But then the beeping from the heart monitor starts again. Her breathing picks up. Her eyes start to flutter, and her hand twitches. She takes a deep breath and then shoots straight up in bed. She gasps, and then her eyes open wide. Ariana, I say, standing up. I place a hand on her back while still holding her hand. I mind linking anyone near me to get a doctor. Damian, it hurts, she says, wincing in pain. I lay her back down on the bed. I know, baby. Just take a deep breath, I say, pressing a kiss to her forehead. I'm about to pull away, but she holds my cheek. You're home, she whispers, looking at me. I am safe and sound, I say, pressing a kiss on her nose. The doctor then walks in with the nurses. Hello, Queen Ariana. We have to do a quick checkup on you, and then it'll be time to deliver, he says. Damian, I need to tell you something, Ariana says, squeezing my hand. I wince, pain going through my shoulder. Wait, what happened? Are you hurt? It's a small injury, just a battle wound. I'll be fine, I say. What were you saying? Oh, we're having twins, she mumbles, looking down. Wait, twins? You mean like 2 babies? I say, shock running through my mind. Yeah, I found out a couple of days ago. She winces in pain from another contraction. I think it's time. Are you ready? The doctor says, looking at Ariana. She nods, but I could feel her fear through our bond. It's going to be okay. You're strong, I say, rubbing her hand. It is time. The nurses start grabbing everything, getting ready for the babies. Okay, now push. The pain I felt in my hand was nothing compared to what Ariana was feeling. Another push. We can see the head. She gave another hard push, and then there was a cry. The cry of my child. Our child. It's a girl, Your Highness. Would you like to cut the cord? I look at Ariana as she lies back on the bed, out of breath. Go, she whispers. I go to see my beautiful baby. They wrap her in a blanket and hand her to me. She was still crying, but she was gorgeous and so small. I walk over to Ariana and place our baby in her arms. She's so small, Ariana says, a sob coming from her. As soon as she was placed in Ariana's arms, she stopped crying. I wrap my arms around Ariana and place a kiss on her head. We both stay silent, just admiring our daughter. I'm sorry to break this moment, but you still have one more baby, the doctor laughs. I take the baby from Ariana and hand her to a nurse to be cleaned up. All right, let's do this again. Now push. Ariana does, and not even 5 minutes later, I hear that cry once again. It's a boy, King. I go down and cut the cord of my very own son. I take him up to Ariana. He had dark hair, just like me, while his sister had blonde hair like her mother. The nurses then take the twins to get cleaned up, while others help Ariana. Soon, we are left alone. What are we going to name them? Ariana says. I was lying in bed with her, holding her to my chest. I don't know. Any names in mind? I smile. I've always liked the name Rosalie, she says. I like that. What about Alexi? I ask. She starts playing with the strap on my sling. I like that. Did we just name our kids? She laughs. Just then, a nurse brings our babies back. She gives Alexi to Ariana and Rosalie to me. Have you decided on names? The nurse asks us. Yes, this is Alexei, and that is Rosalie, Ariana says, caressing Alexei's head. I look down to see Rosalie staring up at me. I stand up to give Ariana more room and start walking around the room. Little Rosie, I coo at her. She looks like you, and he looks like you. Ariana smiles at me. 1 week later, Ariana's POV. We were just about to present the twins to the kingdom and announce some special news. Shh, it's okay, Alex. Come on. Shh. Damian hushes the crying baby in his arms. We were about to go out to the balcony, but Alex had decided this was the perfect time to start crying. Here, let me see him, I say, switching twins with Damian so he was now holding Rosalie. As soon as he was in my arms, he stopped his tears. I don't know how you do it, Damian says in shock. He's just a mama's boy. I smile. We then nod at the guards, and they open the doors. We walk out onto the balcony, and the large crowd begins to cheer. Thank you all for coming today. We are here to announce the names of the newborn prince and princess. I say into the microphone. I present to you Princess Rosalie, rightful heir to the throne, and Prince Alexei of the Werewolf Kingdom. The crowd gives some applause. But we have one more announcement, I continue. Rosalie is, of course, the future queen. Since this is still looked down upon, I have decided it was time for a law change. We have set a new law that the gender of a child should not define whether or not they are allowed to the throne. This will also include alphas, betas, and gammas. We have decided to call this change the Royal Reformation. We are excited to see the changes in our kingdom. Epilogue. Ariana's POV. Alexei, stop running. Rosalie, please stop crying. Brantley, get off the counter. I shout at my 5-year-old twins and their best friend, who just so happened to be Dante and Clarissa's son. Clarissa found out she was 2 months pregnant with Brantley 2 weeks after the twins were born. Brantley was the spitting image of his father, but he also had his father's wit, which was dangerous for a 5-year-old. Clarissa was currently out running errands while Damian and Dante were in a meeting, leaving me all alone with 3 5-year-olds. Oh, did I mention that I am currently 4 months pregnant and can barely walk? Come here, Rosie, it's okay. Boys, come here, now. I picked up Rosie in my arms. Her tears were drying. She had gotten pushed over as the 2 very rowdy boys were playing tag. Mama, we were just playing tag, Alex whines, looking down as he and his best friend stand in front of me. I know that, sweetie, but you know when people start getting hurt, it's time to stop, I say, using my mother tone. What did Daddy say? Be careful with Mama. I might hurt the baby. And be nice to Rosie. Alex mutters what his father had told him. Damian was very protective of his girls and made sure Alexei knew it. Very good. Now, Brantley, do you want me to tell your parents what you did? Please no, Auntie Ariana, the young boy pleaded. Okay then. Both of you say sorry to Rosie, and I'll let it go, I say, placing Rosalie back on the ground. I'm sorry, Rosie, Alex said to his sister. I'm so sorry, Rosalie, Brantley said, giving Rosie a hug. Clarissa and I are hoping that they are mates, but only time will tell. Okay, now you both can go back to playing tag. Just be careful. They both nodded at me before running back upstairs, disappearing into the large royal suite. Rosalie went back to playing with her dolls in the living room as I leaned back against the kitchen island. I take a deep breath and run a hand down my very large belly. I hope you're a girl, I whisper down at my unborn child. Just then, the front door opens to reveal none other than my mate and his beta. Don't ever leave me alone with them ever again, I say, walking into Damian's arms. 10-year time skip. Mom! Oh, the glorious sound of my 15-year-old daughter. The sound of pounding footsteps comes rushing down the stairs, and slightly softer but still loud footsteps come right behind her. I was currently making dinner after a long day of meetings. Damian was sitting at the counter, looking over some documents, while Alexei was helping me by cutting some veggies. Mom, he went into my room again. Mom, don't listen to her. She's lying. They both talked over each other. Rosalie and her younger brother, Donnie. Yep, that's right. I got another son. After having Donnie, I knew it was time to stop. He always had so much energy and knew just how to get under Rosie's skin. Why is it always me and never you? I turned to look at Damian. He always found a way to get out of whatever conflict our children had. Mom, he texted Chad. Rosie whined, pinching her little brother, which caused him to pinch back. Chad was the boy at the twins' school that Rosalie had a huge crush on. She thinks this boy is her mate, which isn't true. Over the years, Clarissa and I have almost confirmed that Rosalie and Brantley are soulmates. The way they acted towards each other was so obvious that they were mates. Donnie, you know not to go into your sister's room. Now, Rosalie, why are you so upset about him going into your room? I know he texted Chad, which was out of line. I gave Donnie a side eye. But unless you're trying to hide something, he should be able to go in your room. I just want privacy. The whole world already is trying to know my every move because I'm the heiress. Why can't I get some privacy with my own family? Alex never has to deal with this, she complains, anger sparking in her eyes. Don't bring your brother into this. This is your problem. We gave you the right to the throne. We can take it away. Damian finally piped in. Now, about your privacy here. We are your parents, and we have a right to know what is going on in your life. We give you plenty of freedom and privacy. But when we barely see you because you want privacy, that's where I draw the line. I say, as Donnie creeps out of the room and Alexei stays as quiet as a mouse. I just want to be left alone. You don't bother Alex. Rosie whines once more. Alex had become a more relaxed child. He had his crazy toddler days, but he had become a total mama's boy. That's it. Give me your phone. Damian had snapped. He was always good at being quiet and acting as the good cop until he had enough. But Dad, no, I've had enough. Damian used his alpha voice, and the phone was in his hands. Not even a second later, loud footsteps were heard, followed by an "I hate you" and a slammed door. That slammed door set something else off in Damian, which resulted in him heading to our daughter's room. Damian, no, just leave her alone. I tried to stop him, but he was already on his way to have a loud discussion with Rosie. They had always clashed, even though they both got along perfectly. I used to think you were worse than her. I let out a sigh, running my hands through my hair. I look over at Alexei. He grins at me before going back to cutting a carrot. He looked just like his father when he did that. One day, he's going to charm his mate with that look.